Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and it's been a fine ride building up to this moment when Chasing the Beast, the Lightning Horse, is going to go live. And here today I have with me none other than the German Wonder Kid, SparklingIceTea. Hello there, Ice-T.
How is it going? As you can see, I haven't had a haircut in quite a while because Corona has been destroying everything for me. But one thing it hasn't been destroying is Runeterra action. And just shortly, very shortly, before the seasonal kicks off tomorrow, we are here with another invitational where we have quite a bunch of good players. And we even have some players that are going to be competing in the seasonal tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of the first players that are going to compete tomorrow, is going to be in our first round that we're going to feature Stan versus Pespscola, which is of course qualified for the EU seasonal.
Exactly. But what is this all about? So what are we doing here? We can take a quick look at the prize pool and the format. First place gets 100 of the $200 prize pool. That goes down to 50, down to 35, and down to 15 for fourth place. It is a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players, as we mentioned. Our matches are best of 3, and players are bringing 3 decks and make 1 ban. So this is a good preparation for tomorrow, where we will basically see the same format in the seasonal. To win a match, obviously a player must win with both decks. So if you already won with one of your decks, you have to switch to the other. I think it's pretty simple, right? It's a pretty known format.
Yeah, pretty simple, straight down to earth. As you said, it is preparation for tomorrow's tournament. The only difference from tomorrow's tournament is it is not going to be a double elimination, but single elimination, and it's not going to be 8 people in the top cut. It's going to be 42. Aside of that, very awesome preparation. And are we going to see who are the first players that we mentioned and a little bit of details about them, or rather see all the roster that we're going to have today? Because of course we have NicMakesPlays, great content creator, resident Nightfall aggro player, Pespscola, which is a tempo control player, of course, tomorrow EU seasonal top cut, Iannogueira, which makes some noise in the BR scene, and the same as Stan, which I think it's the Brazilian cephalopod at this point. There is a tournament where Stan is always present and is going for top cut or winning.
Yeah, exactly. A bunch of good players. Also another hipster here. We have Mo, who's also in the tournament. He's been making waves lately when it comes to tournaments, content creation, everything. But how are these players going to play against each other? They're going to play in a double elimination bracket that we see here. So we have some really loaded first rounds, right? If I'm looking at this, there's one game I'm super excited for. And that is actually going to be our first game of the day, Stan versus Pespscola. I think you mentioned it already. Here we see Stan, here we see Pespscola. Favorite archetype as Rikama. I don't know if I agree with that, but...
If you would have met Pespscola, you would know how much he loves Eskarma, and he tried to make it work. It's one of his teammates that made it work in this seasonal, but it was actually the first deck he piloted successfully to the top of the ladder. So yeah, I can understand why he is in love with it. But then, on the other side, Swain Yasuo.
Yeah. What? I mean, okay, Swain Yasuo, it was like a deck for... I don't know, a few weeks, and it had like some success, right? But I don't know, man. It's not the best deck, but I don't know. If you have fun, if you are playing Yasuo, you do you, I say. And I'm kind of in the same boat, right? I play Vladimir, even though sometimes it doesn't work. I don't suspect he brought the good old Swain Yasuo to this tournament, though, because the meta right now not in the favor of that deck at all. I think not much has changed since last week. You either go full aggression or you find some way to incorporate affiliates to get all the value in the world and win your games. And I kind of think this reflects in the decks that have been brought today.
Yeah, and I think these players just named their favorite decks just to meme around, because Swain Yasuo, as we mentioned, not really a strong deck. I think in previous casts we mentioned it. It's just a Swain deck with that randomly splashes deny, and that's about that deck.
Yeah, I don't know. It's still a good deck, right? If you want to have fun, and I think there was a tournament meta, right, where it was a good deck. So, might make a comeback. We are always hoping, especially for Yasuo. Not so much for Swain. I think everybody has seen about enough of Swain last year. This card has been doing too much almost.
I don't know. I think I'm going to try Swain Lysandra first things first when the next expansion is going to kick in. And then switch to aggro like any normal human being that wants to climb to Masters first days.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's how it goes. But, I mean... Full aggression, for example, a good way to climb the ladder early on in the season, and a good way to win tournaments, or at least 5 Swiss round single elimination, because we have seen quite a bunch of full aggro lineups qualify themselves for top 32 in the seasonal. Another route, though, has Pespscola, because his decks are not necessarily full aggro. Yes, we have obviously the Fizz TF in here, but we also have Fiora Shen, which has been a staple ever since last seasonal. And we have what is kind of like a Pespscola special, the Zoe Aphelios Invoke with like triple atrocity in there.
Yeah, I think I talked with him about the triple atrocity. We had a video about it, that he wants to have that finishing power. Atrocity is flexible. It doesn't screw your allegiance odds, and I think you have enough time to set up. We've seen normal versions of this deck run the Sky's Descent. I think Kuvira tried to splash Atrocity, not Atrocity, tried to splash Vengeance and Ruination to stabilize the board. But Atrocity, I think it's the best option to finish the game because you are building constantly during early and mid game towards your end.
Yeah, we see the deck here, and it looks pretty interesting. So, Spell Thief, super powerful card, especially if you go up, for example, against Ionia or something. Just have to, have it deny yourself. It's also really good, obviously, if you get a Troll Chant or something sometimes. I see a shit ton of Invoke in here, and I'm kind of scared because whenever I see Invoke, it's like the loot box fiasco of Hearthstone all over again. At least in Runeterra, it's a bit more tamed, because in Runeterra you have like certain pools you can get cards from that are usually very small, but we have, for example, Mountain Scryer in here, and Mountain Scryer can go across the whole field of invoked targets.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Solare Priestess gives some stability to the invoke mechanic because you have limited options. You get a 4, a 5, or a 6 mana card, and you know your options, you know what you're searching for, you know why you play this card.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. And I think this is it about this deck. It looks cool. It is cool, and it is pretty heavy on value, but overall, I don't think it's like that hard of a deck to play if you have it down. The problem is not a lot of people have it down, right? I don't think there are a lot of people playing this deck just because to learn it requires a lot of effort, because you have like so many cards to keep in mind, so many cards to just take care of. And Peps so far one of the only players that could do it.
Yeah, definitely. And are our players in the game, because I think we have the bans already locked in, and this is no surprise. FSTF has been banned from both sides. Nobody wants that bullshit around.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at FSTF if you want. I mean, everybody knows it. At least everybody that has played.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I'm fed up with that bullshit. I see it everywhere.
I'm forcing
every
you.
corner.
Well, I'm forcing you. We have to talk about it. Here it is, FSTF. Everybody knows it. Everybody hates it. A lot of players brought it to the seasonal and it has worked. This is the deck that can basically draw 10 cards in a turn for roughly 5 mana or 4 mana. Absolutely insane. Almost always levels TF up in 1 or 2 rounds. You do not want to go up against this if you don't have removal. Now, one deck we've discussed before, the Zoe Fierce deck, is lacking removal. So it could be kind of hard going up against this FSTF deck, because all of a sudden you have to invoke the right removal to actually be able to get rid of the Twisted Fate.
And I kind of understand if after your explanation why did they ban FSTF. First and foremost, because it's contradicting with their lineup if you are Pespscola, and second, not all the decks are really able to counter it. And even if you think you can counter it, bam, they just level TF, they draw a bunch, and then you're just dying to a lot of elusives.
Yeah, and that is super, super scary. Obviously here, this decision also means that you haven't brought TF Aphelios, which has been a deck that has been on the ladder and has been in the seasonal tournament, but sometimes you just want to separate the TF and the Aphelios. For example, just like Pespscola did, right? He plays Aphelios Zoe and then he plays FSTF here. It's pretty interesting that this deck, even though there have been counter lineups, played in the seasonal, still, this deck has made it to top 32 in various lineups.
It's just a solid deck at this point, and I'm really curious how is it going to fare. Probably it is in the new expansion. Probably it is going to be an OP deck in the start of the expansion, but it is going to gradually tune down, and we also need to see what changes this deck is going to undergo, because there's no way in the world this deck is not going to get tuned down. I hope.
Yeah. Okay, so you are expecting nerfs. I mean, obviously, what you don't want to do is don't want to go into a new expansion and have the old decks just rule everything there. That's true. That would be quite unfortunate. But so far, it is the absolute ruler of the ladder and of the tournament meta. And one counter lineup is obviously full aggro, and we have a few people that brought full aggro. Unfortunately, I think Stan is not one of them, so he had to ban this.
Yeah, and from what I've been seeing from both players, they're not the types that rush towards the triple aggro or the aggro lineups. They're more conservative. They like to take their time, take their turns. They want, if you want to say, the possibility to outplay, because aggro doesn't give you the possibility to outplay. You have a certain strategy. You want to go face. There are no secrets in your deck, and if that doesn't work, well, pray to God it works next time.
Are you like a full aggro connoisseur? Are you a fan of the full aggro way of building lineups?
You know I am an aggro lover, but I'm not for the full aggro lineup because, as I said, your strategy is already known. You cannot have that possibility to outplay. I would love maybe counter lineups, decks that are mid-range control that have the possibility to toy with their options, not just straight up go face. Even though that's how you finish the game faster.
Apropos finishing the game faster, we are about to go in game. But there is a technical difficulty, and so we have to wait. But we are going in game in a second. You've already seen the players there. They are already playing, and we are going to be right there with you in just a sec.
Yeah, I want to ask you, do you have a favorite or do you have someone that you root for? Not necessarily in this game, but in the whole tournament?
In the whole tournament, Peps, obviously. He's from EU, and I have to be for Peps, right? I mean, for his sake, I hope the tournament doesn't go on for too long. Because if we're honest, right, he has to play the seasonal tomorrow, and he would much rather win the seasonal. But obviously, he also wants to win this, and he has a pretty strong start here with the Fiora and the Shen on the board.
Come on, Ice-T, he's going to win both. We talked about this before. He wins this, and then he wins the seasonal, and those Gucci. Money in the bag.
Okay. I mean, yes, why not? Easy peasy lemon squeezy here. Both players playing Shen Fiora. There's another mirror, and I'm already seeing Shen Fioras. This is making me worried. I have seen way too much Shen Fiora in the last few weeks. Uniliga final. There it is. I mentioned it, guys. You can get that. You can cross that off, right? I mentioned Uniliga, but we've seen like every Shen Fiora mirror imaginable, and this time both players are not drawing dead cards at least.
Yeah, and if we're talking about Pesps, he draws exactly what he wants. Shen, Fiora on 3, Shen on 4, the Dream Team, and he also has the possibility, I think, to defend both. Oh, Concerted Strike on Shen. Some people have been talking about how Shen is actually the engine of the game and not Fiora. Fiora is there to be a threat and say, hey, I'm here, I'm an alternate win con. You can ignore me, but if you do it for too much, you might end up losing. But Shen is the real star of this deck that can put a lot of pressure, preserve the units, and help preserve your board so you can hit for and put a lot of pressure with your board constantly every single turn or have defenders.
Yeah. Pesps had an answer here though, so at least he gets a 1-for-1, you know, so that's fine. He has a Fiora still on the board, but so far, outside of this repost, no other way of protecting this Fiora from like another Concerted Strike. Which could be kind of scary, because once this Fiora is gone, your hand is looking full of spells and units you don't want to slam on board alone.
Yeah, I think what you want to see in this situation, not from Stan, of course, is a sharp sight. I think that is what you're looking for, because it is a very nice card, not necessarily against Illusius, but it helps you preserve your cards so well. Plus 2 HP, I think, is the star stats that you can get, because you preserve your units and the attack is helpful sometimes, but you want to preserve your Fiora, I think, in this situation for your win con. Yeah. Just apply pressure.
And if I'm Stenya, yeah, I'm just straight up passing back. Your opponent, 6 mana left, you don't want to attack into this, definitely. And now, actually, he has more Repose, he has a River Shaper. This might look good for Peps here. The only problem I see here that there are 9 mana available for Stan. So single combats, still a thing. Concerted Strike, still a thing. And now Concerted Strike even goes through the Reposed.
I think it was last turn Pespscola's turn to pass, and now it is going to be Stan's turn to pass for full mana.
Yeah, this hurts so much, especially if you're on the defensive. But he plays the Shen. Okay.
Alright, that changes things, and what's more important, he has 5 mana. So that means he has single combat available, he has sharps, not only single combat, the concerted strike available, single combat plus a sharp sight if it's needed. There's a lot of cool tricks in their toolbox that they can use to prevent some attacks or to defend their own units.
Another card is obviously the Deny. And if you are Peps, the problem is, if you play Concerted Strike here, it just easily gets denied.
Yeah, I think you're forced to pass here, but if you're passing, you give up the board that you already have lost because your opponent is 1 unit up. They also have Shen, which means the possibility to have another unit up because Shen is going to make the Fiora stick to the board probably. And yeah, you're just building on your board advantage if you're stand here.
Yep. Peps decides to pull the Fiora here, just so Fiora next turn obviously doesn't pull the River Shaper to go with the Shen. And because the Shen could also be saved by something as cheap as maybe not a Spirit's Refuge. Wasn't necessarily talking about this, but yeah, it works. Was more talking about the sharp side. And oh, this looks bad for Peps, man. Stan has the engine available. Once you have the Shen on the board, all of a sudden you get barriers for free. Your opponent has to use cards for them.
I think in this situation, if you're Pesps, you are looking towards turn 9 and surviving until turn 9 because you want to play that Brightsteel formation, retaliate, get back into the game. Biggest problem, your opponent might have Brightsteel as well.
Yep. And so far, the one thing that is looking good for Peps is that he is not on the attack token on turn 9. Brightsteel actually in the mirror is so much better on the defense turn, right? Because all of a sudden your opponent plays the Brightsteel, you play the Brightsteel, he can't use the second barriers from attacking because he already has the barriers. But you can actually make use of them the next turn.
I think if Pesps manages to survive until turn 9 and play this Brightsteel, and if Stan is going to have his own Brightsteel, it's going to be a staring contest. Hey, I have a Brightsteel. No, I have a Brightsteel. And so on and so forth.
The good old staring contest between two Demacian forces. But for now, Peps actually tries with the Concerted Strike. Let's see, there are 8 mana available. Stan, I don't believe you don't have anything. You have to have something here.
But what if? But what if?
Well, that would be great for Peps, right? That would be his way back into the game. He would draw 2 cards, would remove the Fiora here, only take 3 damage, which is completely fine, because as long as you are on the board, the opponent can't really win. They don't run any burn, but we see a card queued. It is a single combat. Okay, starting with the small stuff here. Obviously, we have the Notify for that. One of the only Notify targets, if not the only, besides the other Notify from your opponent. So, correct play here.
I was imagining what if Stan had a Nopify as well. I have seen some strange Nopify chains being played, and I've been the victim of one.
The victim of the Nopify chain. Wait, does it feel worse than the Denied chain?
I don't really know what to say, but can you play... Yeah, I think you can play 3 denies into 3 denies. But I think it's better if you go into an Opify chain because you are going to still have more mana available if you are later during the turns.
It's true. But here we see a lot of River Shapers developed. Okay, so we are apparently in the water. Where are the deep cards? What are all those River Shapers? There's 1 stack on this Fiora. And we've seen that Stan did not have a way of protecting his Fiora last turn. So maybe this Fiora, if she pulls another River Shaper, can get another stack.
Yeah, definitely. So far, we are closing in on that turn 9. Pesps seems to be very resourceful, but without playing many River Shapers, and I think we can call this a Shen Fiora Classic. A bunch of spells, not many units that you can really use.
Ooh, goes for the Shen here. Okay, we see the riposte and response. That hurts. That hurts so much. Now you have to actually use your own riposte if you want to save your Fiora. And if you don't, you still have to use a Concerted Strike to get rid of the Shen that could still be denied. Yeah, you kind of have to go for the riposte here.
I think another line that could have been taken was playing your Brightsteel Protector and trying to protect your Fiora, but that gives your opponent opportunities to develop their on 4 mana. They're representing combat tricks like Deny, they're representing barriers, and there is nothing that can defend that Shen. Fiora levels, removes a Shen. Now there's going to be only a bunch of River Shapers that are going to draw spells.
Yeah, Pespscola saw the line there. Actively did not go for the repos, but rather went here for the sharp side. And then, because he knew that Stan last turn ago just had no single copy of Deny, it was like, okay, he still doesn't have Deny, I'm gonna go in here.
Sparkling, I do have an interesting question from chat. Are you drunk?
Am I drunk? Maybe. You never know. But no, I'm not drunk.
Why, guys? Why are you picking on IceTea? He's such a lovely person.
Fiora. Okay, I see Pave and Shen, and he says Fiora Shen is love, and I know for a fact that he's lying right there. I know he hates Fiora Shen just as much as I do.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of Fiora Shen mirrors. We are getting very tired of it, and since this deck appeared, I think it never left the meta, no matter what. Since when is it here? I think since open beta, if I'm not mistaken. It is just too strong. The combination has been here all the time. The two champions have been in the first set, and they just added tools to the good old Fiora Shen and making it even better.
And a long path to get here.
Okay, I think we have to stop Trickster, sorry, right here. Spreading misinformation, you obviously can't notify a sharp side. Guys, don't trust him. I know, he seems like a good player whenever you see him in a tournament, but not on this one.
He just seems. He might be, but sorry, I'm actually curious if we're going to get a spell that denies at burst speed. Or a spell that says the next spell your opponent is playing is going to get denied.
If they are putting traps into the game, please don't.
This is not Hunter, this is not Hearthstone. Let's move forward.
Exactly, and moving forward is exactly what is going to be done here. The Brightsteel formation is hitting the board, and Sen is, out of answers here. Obviously, if he finds a concerted strike, he could still try to remove the Fiora here. Unfortunately, he won't be able to remove the Brightsteel at this point. Only a combination of cards can do that at this point, and he still doesn't have them. This Fiora is also getting a last stick. Nothing to remove the Fiora, and that means bye-bye. We actually see a Fiora lethal.
Damn, that is very fast. I didn't expect such a fast game of Fiora Shen mirrors. It is usually more finicky, it has usually more implications, but I think a very huge role has been played by Stan not having the right answers. He had the right units, he had double River Shaper even in order to draw into his answers, but the deck was stacked against him.
The deck was stacked against him. I like this expression when it comes to Runeterra, because it truly was at this point, because he just didn't find the cards, he didn't have to deny, he didn't have the notifiers ready to stop Peps from doing what he wants. But now we have to see if this Targon Invoke deck can actually win against Shen Fiora. And I mean, Harsh is a pretty good card against Shen Fiora, because all of a sudden all the barriers mean nothing.
Yeah, but by that point, I think Stan might be able to put a lot of pressure on the board, and I think these are the crucial turns for both players. Stan wants to establish himself on the board because he wants to have that threat constantly, while Pes wants to push little by little damage so he gets his opponent into a trusty range, maybe force some denies, but ultimately ending their life.
Yeah. We see attack both players over the one drop, actually going for the block here. Doesn't want to take any damage, especially doesn't want to leave any units on the board. But we already see, oh my god, this is double Aphelios. This is going to look odd.
Is it going to look odd? At this point, he can go for the Sky Shadows, recuperate some of the mana, then you're going to play Aphelios, still have mana to get another Sky Shadows probably, and then refund Sky Shadows. This is how strong this deck can get. You just refund your mana that you just spent.
Yeah, all of a sudden he has an army of 3 attack units, and that is really hard, because all of a sudden, Stan is not allowed to play Fiora and block with her. Ooh, actually, goes against it here. Picks Up the Gravitum, really good card against,
We speak with blades.
I mean, not necessarily against Fiora or Shen. Obviously good next turn. If your opponent plays Shen, you have the stun available. But it's also pretty good against Screeching Dragon, for example. Because if you stun that for 2 rounds, it just really hurts because your opponent spent 5 mana on that.
Oh wow, you were right. There was a Shen being involved, and this Gravitum is awesome to put that on the bench, keep it benched. It's not caged, but we're still benching it. Oh, decides against it, decides to go for the Fiora. And you can understand it because Shen alone cannot do much. He needs a unit in order to become a menace.
Yeah. Also, this Fiora obviously can just still pull the Aphelios, which is kind of fine, right? If you are trading a Fiora for an Aphelios here, you are okay with that at this point because Fiora right now does not look like a win condition, not if she doesn't get a barrier from the Shen. But we have quite a bunch of cards, yeah. We have single combat, we have Nopify that can still kill the Aphelios here, finds the single combat. That feels bad, but at least you can play your other Aphelios, still get another moon weapon. Actually, this still looks okay.
Never didn't have it. Never didn't have the second Aphelios. Oh, he goes for the temple instead. And I think this is a tempo win for him because his opponent was not going to do much to begin with after the single combat resolved. You don't want to attack with your Shen naked, especially because he might not have protection. Taking that pass when he, I think, had 2 mana available might signal that he didn't have protection.
See what he goes for here. Is it the Gravitum again? I don't think so. This time, it is a Crescendum. Oh my god, he has such powerful turns ahead of him. So if we look at this, he can pull another Sky's Shadows, get more mana, get mana back from the temple. This looks absolutely insane.
This is Mana Fiesta, and I think we have seen a post by Cosmic this expansion with the Dragon Chow, I think is named, and yeah, just when you have the Dragon Spray is you and the dragon is Aphelios existing.
This point, if you see this attack, I think if you are Sten, you're not too scared right now. Obviously, it's hard to block the Aphelios here. You know that there is a card that can buff Aphelios and kill your dragon. Unfortunately, it got nerfed, right? But you still have the threat that you have it. It's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, you cannot really block the Aphelios, and it is nice from Pesps to play mind games with his opponents and hey, I know that Pelkascade has been nerfed, but it can still kill your dragon if you are going to block that. And I think he's doing a great job taking this attack full force. He has an atrocity available to himself, and I think he's going to try and make use of it. He also gets the Calibrum, there is no protection from Sten whatsoever, and that dragon is done.
Boom. Pelkascade not even needed. Aphelios does it himself here. Oh, and we also see the Hush. Really good card here to get rid of the Fiora if she ever gets a barrier. Looks good right now here, but there are 6 mana available for Sten. Actually, 6 mana is not that much if you think about it. There are a lot of high cost cards, and even your combat tricks, all of your barriers are costing 4 mana. So at 4 mana now, the turns are looking kind of awkward for Sten. He usually wants to have 6 mana plus spell mana available for turn 6.
Alright, let's see. This looks like some investment from Sten. I don't think you can attack like that naked without a sharp sight, without a Fiora spell. We're talking, of course, of riposte, maybe a normal riposte. But you want something to buff the Fiora and kill the Aphelios. And I think he is thinking, is this worth it? And he thinks he is, because we see the sharp sight, we see the barrier. Is that going to be enough in order to stop the Aphelios and getting it killed?
Another threat here is obviously that you have a single combat or that you have another sharp sight, but yeah, the Harsh is probably going to be invested here. And now we see, has Sten anything? No, he doesn't have anything. That means Fiora dies. This looks so good for Peps right now.
Do you remember we were talking about the Shen Fiora Classic? This is exactly the Shen Fiora Classic. You do not have the right answers at the right time. You obviously have just 3 cards in hand, but those cards are most probably spells that you might not use. I think we can put him on 1 Notify or 1 Deny at this point.
Is this actually the deck that bricks the most out of any of the competitive decks?
Yeah, I think it is. If you are talking about bricks, Shen Fiora is the best. the bricks that they can generate, you can bring, you can build a house. I think you can build a whole complex.
Okay. Guinness World Record, most bricks in a single game, Shen Fiora. You got it.
But one thing that is going for one player is the damage, and that is what Peps is doing. Is constantly pushing for that damage. He is building towards the atrocity play, and not only that, he has the potential, I think, to end this game with elusive damage. Temple is online and kicking. Aphelios has not been dealt with, and this is looking pretty dire for Stan.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this board, and I'm already seeing, okay, you need a couple of combat tricks to not lose your own board. Single combat, also pretty good, but we've talked about it. Cascade is in the hand, and it's going to save the Aphelios here.
What do you need now here? I think you need either another sharp sight or another single combat, and of course it is not there. I think those cards are either 2 denies or 1 deny, 1 notify. Aphelios levels that is going to build towards the one-man army that Aphelios is, because he's going to generate infinite value with his moon weapons.
Yeah. Whew. Okay, so we have the Immortal Fire. That is a pretty nice card if you think about it, because the Immortal Fire works pretty well with Atrocity.
And now you do get Infernum for even more damage. You do get another spell. This time it is going to be Calibrum in the hand of yours. And is Stan ever getting back from this position? I don't think so.
No, all of a sudden he has to protect his Shen, he has to protect the Fiora, and he has to block. He has to keep his board, right? So, yes, he could kill the Aphelios this turn if he has a barrier in hand and get a stack on the Fiora. But is that going to be enough? I don't think so. He's still going to take a bunch of damage. And it just looks like he used almost all of his sharp sides. He really needs to find a third one. And if he doesn't, there's just going to be a big elusive that's going to swing into your face.
Such unrefined style.
If there's nothing happening, I think it's going to be a deny or a notify. And there is nothing actually, and Pespscola takes it really, really fast. This game was not aggro, but it happened really fast. It was a Shen Fiora mirror that ended up pretty fast with a Fiora kill, and then Peps just outdrawing his opponent, outskilling his opponent, Shen Fiora breaking as usual, and that gives Peps the win and helps him advance in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, what I've been saying, Peps has to be somewhere, right? He has the seasonal tomorrow. He wants to finish this as quick as possible. And we've talked about this Invoke deck. Hey, this has insane late game value. This can go really late and can just outvalue anyone. But it just out aggroed Shen Fiora. Okay? Calm down, Peps.
I think at this point he doesn't want to use all of his luck in this tournament, and he wants to keep a bit for tomorrow when there is 10k grants on the line. The price pool for this one is not small as well, because we do have $100 for the first place, but you also, I guess, $10k and then another 100 works.
Yep. And that means actually Peps advances in the bracket. Absolutely insane. That was a quick game. I have to see if we can just hop into another game right now, but I don't know if any other game is going on right now. It doesn't seem so. So, yeah, just a super quick round one, even though we didn't even see one of the full aggressive lineups that have been brought to the tournament. I think I saw Mo in the chat, who I think has brought a full aggressive lineup here.
Listen to me now. Here what's gonna happen. Someone with a non-aggressive lineup is going to draw more aggro than the actual triple aggro lineup and win over them. I do have that expectation, and I make that prediction. And predict is another cool mechanic that is going to come down to Shurima. I'm testing it first time now. I'm going to predict that.
Okay, predict your favorite new mechanic? Because we've seen a bunch of new cards be released, and so far, the card I'm hyped for is a common card, and that is the new Vladimir support card. Where whenever you damage a unit and survives, it gets +1/+1. That looks pretty cool, but probably not competitively viable. Just
that is an aggro card. That is an aggro card. 100%. I want to go face with that.
Vladimir is an aggro deck. The only Vladimir decks you can build are basically overwhelm decks.
I thought that the only decks that you can build with Vladimir are bad decks that are going to see no play at all unless you are SparklingIceTea and you are a mad genius that is getting masters with Vladimir.
It was a lot of work. Not gonna lie, it wasn't easy. But yeah, that's it for this round, and I think we're gonna hop to a short break to see what's up, who has won, and we are gonna be right back with round 2, and I think we're gonna stay in the winners bracket. Am I right?
Yes, we're going to stay in the winners bracket, and after we're going to figure out who won, who lost, we're going to come back to you with the next game. So stay tuned, we're going to be right back.
Actually, surprise! The break isn't over, but we found another game to spectate. And we are just hopping into what looks like to be NicMakesPlays versus Jtamonda. And, ooh, okay. We see more Shen Fiora, but we also see something else we mentioned before. And that is actually what looks to be Aphelios TF.
You are playing a Targon deck that runs hashes against Shen Fiora, which runs barriers. I think the outcome might be obvious, not only because the hashes and probably the double hash that they can provide, but also TF can level and can just say, screw your barriers. I'm going to a red card and you're doing nothing about it.
Yeah, the good thing in this matchup is that at least you have some time before TF levels. So this is not Fizz TF where TF just levels in a single turn almost. You do have like 1 or 2 turns where Jtamonda needs to play like 1 or 2 picker cards to actually level this TF. And outside of that, you have a bunch of challengers already on the board of NicMakesPlays. So if those units survive, he can try to remove TF next turn.
And it seems like Nick has gone for a more for an approach that screws more the aggro strategies, because we do see there the Laurent Protégé, and that means you can trade favorably into aggro most of the time. But this deck is not an aggro deck; it is a tempo one and a tempo mid range, if I may say so.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you have the tempo on the board, your units are gonna grow bigger, and it's gonna be pretty hard because You have some invokes. You have definitely the possibilities of bigger units hitting the board on the side of Jtamonda. So yeah, not necessarily an aggro deck as you mentioned, more of a tempo deck. Can he protect his TF here? Plays the Fallen Comet. Nick went under 3 mana, and that gives the go signal here for Jtamonda. He just wants to remove this Fiora. That obviously means you can still play single combat here, still remove the TF using the Fiora, so you at least don't damage your dragon.
Guys, I'm neither French nor Russian. I am from EU and I'm Romanian. You can see it actually in my description. Stop. Alright, back to the game where this TF is getting traded with. He doesn't get the chance to develop, but at the same time, NicMakesPlays just lost a Fiora.
Yeah, but I mean, Fiora win condition is pretty hard against someone who plays Hush, so I don't think he was betting on that. It's fine. But he is looking a bit slim on the hand when it comes to late game win conditions, right? Now that the Fiora is gone, you don't have the Fiora alternative win condition. But it also doesn't look like you have a Shen and you don't have a Rise Formation. So where's the punch in your deck?
Go with the flow.
There is no punch, there is no punchline, and you kinda expect this with the died down version that NicMakesPlays. It makes his deck better in the early to mid game, but at the price of cutting probably the threats that are making your deck scary in the late game. I don't think... Oh, there it is! Bracewell Formation. Nothing has been cut. Guys, we're resuming the plan of just beating them with Bracewell Formation and a lot of barriers. Move along.
On time, the Rise Formation. It is there when you need it. Maybe even a turn too early, to be honest. But at this point, you're fine just trading here. We don't see a Philios and we don't see a Temple on the board of Jtamonda, which is great news for NicMakesPlays because outside of invokes, it also doesn't look like Jtamonda has his win conditions in hand or on the board.
And with no temple on the board of Jtamonda, NicMakesPlays can do a lot of unholy things to him. And by that I mean he can just crash his board and then play another Bracewell Formation and then pick it up from there.
Ooh, but there we see a Philios and oh, that hurts. Because all of a sudden, you have to be scared of this Aphelios just pulling a Calibrum, killing your dragon, or pulling a Gravitum and just sending it for 2 turns. Let's see what it was. You successfully got your dragon outside of the Calibrum range, so if that hits the board, it's not as scary anymore. But if it's a Gravitum, it still hurts. It is a Crescendum. Just goes for...
That's a straight up Nopify. You don't think about it. You just go for it. You deny your opponent having a 3-4 with Challenger on the board trying to threaten your challengers. You are in complete control of the board. You get another Nopify that might not find a use. You do have Deny Mana available, but I do think you want to play a Bracewell Formation and start hitting hard.
Yeah. Ooh, there we see another Twisted Fate, and he wants to get rid of this dragon. It's fine though, because you have multiple options to deny any kill here on your dragon. Obviously, if there would be a Calibrum, you have the Nopify. You also now have a barrier on the dragon, so that's not working.
Can Jtamonda somehow generate double Ravenous Flock? I don't think so.
Nope. I mean, there was a time where Twisted Fate and Ravenous Flock were best friends, right? But at this point...
I remember that time.
Oh, what do we see? Wiggly Burblefish now. And I don't know how many sharp sides have been played, but obviously Jtamonda can now just start his aggression. He can just chunk this Nexus down with elusives. 2 of them are going to die next turn though, to challenge us probably.
Actually 3 if you count that single combat.
It depends if you really want to use it for that. But yeah, I think it's correct here to maybe not pull the TF. Because the TF is far from leveling, and because you have the single combat, you can actually wait for your opponent to commit something like a pick a card. Because right now this TF is leveling super slow. It has 1 stack, I think, right now, or 2 stacks, which is not a lot. So as long as there's a pick a card, I don't think you have to be scared. So you can actually save that single combat for the TF.
I think what you're really scared of if you're NicMakesPlays is your Green Glade Caretaker being killed, because they can just go for a Hush. It seems like there is none, but maybe a single combat or a Concerted Strike can do the drill.
Oh, okay. Opts for saving the TF here. Yeah, green lane is a big win condition here because it has to be blocked every turn because otherwise it has the potential to just 1 KO your opponent.
Yes, but at the same time, as you mentioned before, there has been just one elusive being pulled. You mentioned at least 2 being pulled because you do not want that pressure from your opponent. If they can manage to play more, or if they do have available the mind meld win condition, this thing can get scary. Of course, Nick has the deny available in case there is going to be a mind meld.
Yeah, we've seen the spell thief already, so your opponent can't yoink a deny as of right now. I don't know if he's playing 2 spell thieves. We have seen quite a bunch of lists actually that play 2 spell thieves now. Spacey Sketcher first though. That can find another elusive. That could be scary. That could be a 3-3.
That can also find the Equinox, so you get rid of your barriers from your opponent, but there is nothing, and you might want to probably proc your Aphelios, or... Oh! He already had an elusive.
Okay, yeah. We've seen a couple of invokes already. And yeah, he got the Trickster. He got the 3-3 as I mentioned, and this looks like elusive lethal. That looks like a surrender right there.
Wow. From a dire situation where it looked like Nick is in complete control of the board, it looked like he can trade favorably into the elusives and just finish the game with sheer pressure from the board. That turned around when the devil with a smile, the burblefish, hit the board, and not just 1, 2.
Yeah, it's quite a scary unit for being that cute, right? Just no sharp sides available at that point. That just really hurts, and well played there, actually finding the win condition and just not playing for value, but rather playing for aggression again. We've seen this Gen Fiora now lose like 3 times. That hurts. I mean, okay, to be honest, one of them was a mirror match, so Gen Fiora still has a 50% win rate in the mirror, obviously. But otherwise, it's looking kind of grim. And I hope that people who see this and that have brought Gen Fiora to the seasonal are not getting scared. Because, you know, this deck bricks sometimes, and it bricked here, but we are hopping, I think, into the next match, which is now going to be a bit different because we will see Gen Fiora on the other side going up against discard aggro.
What are the predictions for this one, or what do you expect?
What do I expect? Well, I mean, there are two options, right? Either Gen Fiora bricks, or it wins, I think. If you have a Fiora on 3, and if you have a couple of barriers, if you have a sharp side, this matchup should be pretty easy, especially if you are running multiple copies of Spirit's Refuge, then this matchup can be incredibly easy, because it is an aggro deck, but it doesn't have a lot of burn. And so if you can control the board, it should be pretty easy here to win.
I think the main advantage that Jtamonda has here is that he is running, as we said, a die-down version of Gen Fiora that is focusing more on the early and mid game, because we do see Fleet Feather Tracker. There has been Laurent Protege being played in the last game, so yeah, you're trying to stabilize the game earlier even more, and then probably have a Bright Steel formation and win with it.
Yeah, but is he also playing the Laurent Protege? Because we've seen NicMakesPlays play that, but I haven't seen Jtamonda play it, so I'm unsure right now. I don't know if he's actually playing that.
I think if you are going the way with Fleet Feather Tracker, Laurent Protege should be an auto include.
Well, there's a River Shaper here. I think River Shaper is completely fine. If you have a sharp side. If you don't have a sharp side and you can't protect this River Shaper, this might look scary because there's a Draven already on board. We see 2 Jinxes in the hand here for NicMakesPlays. That is always the fear you have, that there are multiple copies of Jinx, so that even if one hits the board, you remove it, there's just a second one.
You do see 2 Jinxes in Nick's hand, but what I do see is -6 damage on Jtamonda's Nexus, because 1 Jinx is going to transform into a Get Excited. He already has 1 Get Excited in hand. He's going to have the discard fodder from the Draven, so 6 damage out of Jtamonda's Nexus, unless he has Notifies or Denies.
Yep. It looks kind of scary right now that there's no Fiora on a 3, right? If your opponent gets his champion on 3, which is this Draven, you at least want to answer with your Fiora so you can like pull away the smaller units, maybe get a scary Fiora win condition rolling that your opponent has to respect. But at this point, NicMakesPlays doesn't have to respect anything.
Yeah, he doesn't, because Jtamonda once again seems to be in the Shenfiora Bob the Builder mode. You are just drawing bricks.
Oof. That hurts. That hurts. Well, yeah, it is looking super grim right here. And what we see here is just the sharp side. And at least there is not a copy of the Visions of Noxus here. So at least this axe cannot alone threaten this River Shaper. You have to commit one of your Get Excited here. Do you want to do that? No, you don't. You'd rather let your opponent draw. And I don't know. This still looks okay, I think, for Jtamonda.
It looks okay basically because he still gets to keep his River Shaper, and I think that is the important lesson here, because once you let your opponents snowball their River Shapers, you let them draw into spells, and that not only gives them answers, but basically it streams the deck so you can reach to your units faster. And I think he wants that.
There we go.
There is enough protection for the River Shaper in this situation, even if Nick is going to try something funny in order to remove it. Oh no, there was protection, but not for defensive purposes. There was a protection for a single combat for offense.
What form will the waters take?
Yeah.
And both players here just trade River Shaper respectively Draven. You get, I think, the maximum value from the River Shaper that you could have gotten. This turn you also get a Get Excited out of your opponent that is not going onto your Nexus, and I think you can declare yourself happy after this turn if you are Jtamonda.
Definitely. This is kind of awkward now because you don't have mana to play the Get Excited from the Jinx, but you also don't want to discard her. Also, you have 2 Pyro Cannons, which is super awkward because you have to play one and then somehow get rid of the Pyros. The other option would be to rummage both Pyro Cannons, but you never do that at this point.
I think at this point you are going to go Pyro Cannon into Pyro Cannon on one of the Poros and then go for Rummage and then play one of the Poros. I think that is the optimal way. It would have been better if you would have played FSTF though.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, that's the end round. I mean, if you're Jtamonda, you're fine with this. 4 mana is perfectly fine. Just bank spell mana. I have a lot of cards available for next turn. And I see this Greenglade Caretaker and I'm thinking, okay, if he finds a couple of barriers and if he finds a Spur's Refuge, this thing can heal for a shit ton.
You don't really need to find the Spirit's Refuge right away. That is the magic thing. You can just keep it growing, and then in the last turns when they think they can pull the trigger and your life, you just pull up the Spirit's Refuge and you just say, alright, I'm fine. Even a Concerted Strike or a single combat to show dominance.
Yeah, we do see the Jinx attack here. Right now, nothing there to stop her. Obviously, Jtamonda can invest a barrier here just to get rid of the Jinx. And we see a Spur's Refuge.
Nature blesses her
Well,
fall.
3-2. Still not blocking the Jinx, though. You want to make sure that you actually get the heal, but there is the Concerted Strike. Oof. And just like that, Jtamonda back on 20 HP. And NicMakesPlays has to play the second Jinx.
Wait a second. Can Nick somehow level the Jinx here?
I don't think so. And if he can, is it worth it? So you can discard one. You can discard one Pyro Cannon with the X. Then you can play the Get Excited. Yeah, you could level the you could level the Jinx if you want to. I don't know if it's worth it because you're wasting a lot of resources at that point.
Well, you do have another Jinx, so you don't really need to be that scared. You can just play another one. Your opponent doesn't essentially have mana to respond to that.
Yeah. Also, I think leveling that Jinx would also include just getting the other Jinx out of your hand, which is a problem because all of a sudden you can't play the second Jinx anymore.
Yeah, definitely you do need discard fodder for that to happen. He would have had it in the X. Now you can just go for faster. Oh, we're just going to go for the Jinx level up. We do want to draw more and more cards. We do draw one this turn that might prove useful, and then because of the Jinx level up mechanic, you are going to get 2 more cards, and if you empty your hand, you're just going to get a rocket that deals 4 damage to your opponent's Nexus and 1 to every single unit on the board.
Yeah, when it comes to resources, NicMakesPlays is going to be ahead because he's drawing 2 cards every turn. At this point, if you're Jtamonda, you kind of want to find a win condition, you kind of want to find Fiora. You also want to find Screeching Dragon, maybe. Screeching Dragon also a really good card here because it grows and grows and grows, becomes ever more scary, and just sticks on the board.
Can he somehow remove the Screeching Dragon if it's ever going to be on the board? I think it's a Concerted Strike on 5 mana. There is a Concerted Strike. We do try to remove this Jinx. We do succeed, but at the same time, the Jinx is going to proc. And let's see, after the Super Mega Death Rocket, we're going to get something useful that can remove anything. And it seems like not.
Yeah, just a few Poros here, but Poros are fine also when you're Battlecaster if you want to go aggressive. Fantastic card at this point though, you want to have elusives alongside of him, and right now you're not given the option. You're given the option to either play him or play the Poros.
I'm curious about the general score of the opponents because we have been in the first round for some time now. I think it might be the last game, we don't know for sure. But I think the odds, specifically in this situation, in this scenario, are in Jtamonda's favor.
Blesses her followers.
Okay, he decides to go for the Battlecaster now. Next turn, you can still use the Pyro Cannon. Maybe you actually draw a discard fodder. Nope, that is quite the opposite. There's also a discard hungry card that also wants discard fodder.
Well, you do have the option to go for that after Draven attacks and then discard his X, draw into something. If it is not useful, you just throw it away with the Pyro Cannon.
My life for these lands.
We're going for a full block here on Jtamonda's side, which I like if he has another Space Refuge. No, he has another Concerted Strike. Yo, is that his, it's like his at least second or third Concerted, right? That just feels really bad. All of a sudden your board is empty, you have less cards in hand than Jtamonda. Oof.
The problem might be Jtamonda might just have spells.
It turns out there's at least one more unit. You have to draw, and now you find the visions. Ugh, this hurts. And I don't want to call this game over, but if you are finding yourself on turn 9 by now, and your opponent is still on 16 HP if you're playing discard aggro, it ain't looking too great.
And now what can you expect? Maybe a Bristol formation on turn 9. That is going to be a game ender. It is not a Bristol formation, but there is a Screeching Dragon that can trade favorably into the 2-1. You are forcing even a Get Excited probably from your opponent in order to keep the pressure down, because if this dragon keeps on growing and growing, eventually you are not going to be able to remove it with a simple Get Excited. Even though you would want your Get Excited to be used on your opponent's Nexus, this situation I think calls for a Get Excited on the Screeching Dragon.
Yeah, and here we see the difference between ladder and tournament, because if this would be ladder, I'd be hitting the concede button way earlier. This is already over in my mind, but NicMakesPlays thinks that there might be like a 10%, 1% maybe, 1% chance he still wins this game, so he obviously still goes for it. Tries to remove the dragon here, maybe if he finds his third Jinx.
That's a deny or an Opify? No, it's just a sharp side, but is as valuable as a deny or as an Opify, because your Screeching Dragon is being kept on the board. Your opponent, unless they're running Mystic Shots, they're not going to be able to remove it.
Oh no! A lonely Zonite urchin. She needs food. She is a poor street kid. She needs a discard fodder. There's a visions. Oh, those just show up way too late. Really awkward hand with the Pyro Cannons, because all of a sudden he had to discard his Pyro Cannons to actually get to his Jinx level up.
Flame Chompers, another top deck that you do not want. It seems like Nick is capable of drawing all his early game this late.
Yeah.
Well, if there is a way to break a Shen Fiora with a lot of spells, there is a way to break with this card aggro by drawing your early game into the late game.
Most definitely, and here we see a lot of damage dealt already to the Nexus of NicMakesPlays. I think he has like one more turn in him, and after that it's probably gonna be over.
Is there really any backup plan for Nick to take it back or at least survive? It doesn't look like it, and you're putting a Draven on your top deck, but that is essentially not helping by much because you do not draw anything, and we do see the concede from NicMakesPlays.
Yeah. And that means that Jtamonda takes this. We don't know what the score is. It's probably 2-1 because they were both still playing. And still pretty confident here. I don't know, just looked pretty good. Shen Fiora lost a game, it won a game, it stays strong. What can you say? I mean, against aggro, it's a really good deck.
Yeah, especially if you draw your early curve, as we have seen from Jtamonda, he did have the Fleet Weather tracker early on, so he could enable his trading into the smaller units of NicMakesPlays, and that famine for something that you can play later in the game from Nick, and nothing but Flame Chompers, nothing but Zonite Urchins and Visions that late in the game, and with both your Jinxes being removed, that was harsh.
Yeah, that really hurt. And again, all those power cans in the early game are really awkward if you don't have ways to use them. He didn't, and that unfortunately made him just way too slow for the matchup. But this is really it for this round, so we are really going into a break now. We won't surprise you with any surprise going into games, and we will see you with the next round in just a few minutes.
Oh, damn.
That's what that was. That is an interview question.
The fuck? ideal girl. Probably short and
My ideal girl.
Yes.
That's what that was. That this is an interview question. That's one of the 2 most important questions of the interview.
Oh, ideal girl.
That's a hard question, man. That's that deep question.
Mi novia.
I don't want to answer you one. I mean, I can do more. It changes though.
Lo único que me importa a mí es que tengan una fuerte actitud.
3D is nice. 2D ain't bad. 2D ain't bad, not gonna lie. It's either a 2D girl or a 3D girl. That's about it.
O sea, que haga las cosas, si se equivoca o si tiene razón o si no, eso no importa, sino como que las haga y se dé cuenta de las cosas que hace y que sepa asumir si está equivocada o si tiene razón.
The older I get, not even older. I guess the older I get, the more it changes. So I don't have a direct answer. I guess as long as she's good-hearted, that's good enough for me.
Just someone I get well with. It doesn't really matter. Like, she needs to be a little bit attractive to me, but in the end, it's just how the friendship works, and that's my ideal.
I don't know how to answer that. Sorry.
¿Puedo dejar esa respuesta?
I like things that make people.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lightning Horse first edition, Chasing the Beast. We have seen the first 2 rounds in the winners bracket. We have seen Pespscola being faced against Stan, 2 players that are very prolific in the tournament scene. And then we have saw NicMakesPlays going up against Jtamonda, both awesome content creators. In the first game we mentioned, Pespscola managed to find his way into the next round where he is going to face AnotherHipster. And in the other round, the winner, which was Jtamonda, is going to face none other. You have seen him here, Mr. Emotional.
Yep. It is going to be a pretty nice matchups here all around, and we've already seen one anomaly because in our next matchup, there is something important missing. Can you fill us in on what that is?
Is there something very important? Is there might be a Fizz TF that is not present in one of the players' lineup?
Exactly. There's a Fizz TF missing. And that might be a problem, right? So, no TF at all, actually, in one of the lineups. So we have Pespscola. We've seen his lineup already. It's just that there is another lineup that is looking very different.
Yeah, and while we're at it, and before we're going into the lineup, just as a friendly banter, I remember Owi having in his title no TF, no Aphelios, no Targon, and and round 1 in the seasonal, it was a loss.
Oof.
That is ironic, and at the same time, I cannot stop laughing. All right, we can move forward.
Yeah, because our next match is gonna be Pespscola versus AnotherHipster. Here we see both players. It's going to be super, super interesting.
Isn't Pesps one of the youngest players in the scene, if I remember correctly? I don't know if there is anyone younger. I think he is contending with Mr. Bear, who is 17, if I remember correctly, and Colby, who is 16.
Okay. Well, it is pretty young. He's one of the youngest competitive players, at least. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see him actually perform. And I mean, so far, Peps has shown that he's like one of the best players in the European scene. And he continues to show that every time. And he is now in the Brazilian tournament. Also just wrecking everybody so far. Let's see if he can actually continue. If we take a look at the decks, it's gonna look pretty similar on Pep's side. But we also have an interesting deck tech, or an interesting mirror match, actually. So far, we have mentioned Peps obviously favoring the Zoe Aphelios with the Invoke. But there is also Zoe Aphelios Invoke now on the side of AnotherHipster, which is pretty interesting. Because so far, I thought Peps would be the only madman bringing this, the only man mad enough. But it turns out there's somebody else who also brought Zoe Aphelios Invoke.
This is the exact list, I think. There is no two ways about it. This is the exact same list. This is going to be, if it's going to happen, a true mirror.
A true mirror. Oh god. I don't know if that is what we actually want. That might actually be another value battle, really. This time, maybe. I mean, last time we said there is going to be a value battle. There was no value battle at all, if I'm not mistaken.
There was none, but we do expect it. And I think we are very interested on how these players are going to pilot with the cards they are dealt with. Because usually, yes, if you are playing against a different deck, you are not that pressured. But you are very draw dependent in the mirrors. And how do you play around certain things in your opponent's deck? Especially because they have the same deck. So it is going to go very much to the matchup knowledge and knowing your own deck very well.
Yeah, that is true. And what we see here is obviously, I think the one difference is that one of the players is actually playing a 1 of Sunburst and the other one isn't. Is that going to make a big difference in the matchup?
In this specific matchup, it might not make. And I will tell you that because there is no Bastion in both players' decks, if I remember correctly. I do see the potential of removing an Aphelios with a Sunburst.
I mean, okay. That looks interesting. I mean, Aphios is one of the most important cards in deck, right? It provides like a ton of value. So yeah, I can see it. But other than that, the Veiled Temple here is still providing all the value. So even though Aphios might be removable by a Sunburst, I think when it comes down to it, it just comes to who gets the better draws and who gets the better invokes, right? Because in a mirror match, that is like one of the most important things.
Yeah, definitely. Not to mention that I think another target for the Sunburst is going to be the Immortal Fire, because you silence something that once killed comes back and then you kill it. Like, that is the most value that I think we're going to see from Sunburst if that scenario is going to be available to us in the next match.
Yeah, and other decks obviously are Draven Ezreal, because we mentioned that there is no TF in another hipsters lineup, which you know, that is something that hipsters do, right? They try to go against the curve. They try to be like, hey, I'm super unique and I'm playing a unique lineup, so I brought no TF. How about that, fools? This is not a full aggro lineup, nor is it a TF lineup. When was the last time you've seen this?
I don't know, probably in another expansion. But I do like to emphasize that, well, this is not a lineup that plays TF or TFEs or TF Affiliates. It is a lineup that might seem to want to counter Shen Fiora, because on one side you have Zoe Affiliates that has Hashes available, that has Moonlight Afflictions available, that can deal with Fiora or Shen or both if they are available, and you have a Moonlight Affliction. And on the other side, we have S-Draven, which is very well known that it counters and it wrecks Fiora Shen so much.
Yeah, here we see Draven Ezreal is super cool deck, and it has been an absolute menace in tournaments, at least for the last couple months. It had a slight dip when the TF meta first came, because obviously there were a few nerfs to the deck. Captain Farron now not as big anymore. Obviously still an 8/8, but it just provides you less value and provides you less burn damage. People think, though, that this might make a comeback, right? It was played in the seasonal quite a bit, and people have brought it to other tournaments, and it has been performing very well. It's still a super solid deck, and Tribeam Improbulator is still a super scary card.
Yeah, but the main thing you need to watch out for Tribeam is the scary free drop, because you can always get a Solitary Monk and the board that you've built with your sweat and tears can just go away.
Yeah.
Imagine you remove all your board against Shen Fiora and they still have some units after you try and remove something with Tribeam Improbulator. You just take that trade and then stay with a full board. Your opponent has everything recalled, and that sounds very nasty.
Yeah, and we are actually about to hop in game because both players are ready. So let's go first matchup here.
Alright, Pesp seems to be shy on the camera and it doesn't want to show us the magnificent hair that he possesses. I think he has the best hair. Maybe up there with Ditch. Which has the best hair? Ditch or Pesp?
Both are pretty good hair, and actually I think they like survived the pandemic the best, right? Because they don't even need a haircut, because just looks good when it's long, right?
Just looks good when it's
some
long.
people can rock long hair, and some people like me have trouble with it.
For example, us. We like short hair, we're just rocking it like that. But less about hair, more about the game, because this is how the tournament started, with a Shen Fiora mirror.
Yeah. I already told you we're gonna see quite a lot of this. This is not gonna stop, okay? We're gonna see more Shen Fiora throughout the whole tournament, because so many people brought it into their lineups, and it's so boring to talk about, because really this is just a mid-range matchup.
Yeah, this is a mid-range matchup. Whoever has the board presence and the board early is favored. Whoever doesn't have it, we see an interesting pass from Pesp. He recognizes that his opponent cannot do much if he just passes. There is not going to be any development involved, and the longer he passes, the longer he goes into his late turns. But what if another hipster is playing for the long game and he's playing for reaching to his Bright Steel formation on turn 9.
Oof. You think he already has it in his hand? Okay, okay. I mean, yeah, obviously if you have the Bright Steel formation, it's going to be super scary. But you also only have 6 mana available now, and Peps still has what it looks to be 11 mana available, can still make a lot. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any single combats or concerted strikes, so I don't know if he can make any use of all that mana.
Show them what we're made of.
He can definitely try because he is on 5 mana that can represent a deny, that can represent an opify, shard size there are in hand, they can also represent riposte or spirit's refuge, so there is a lot that you can represent. And if you're past here, you might even decide against protecting this 3-2 and trying to kill the switching dragon. And you do that because your opponent also has 6 mana, not 5, so they can be full of combat tricks themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Next turn you have Shen, you can give you into barrier and you can try for a free trade on the dragon. I mean, it looks pretty even on the board, but one side has a Sifria, the other side doesn't have a Sifria. So it comes really down to if AnotherHipster now has a Bright Steel formation next turn, or if he actually is running out of useful units.
I think that is a concerted strike if I've ever seen one. A concerted strike or a single combat. In this specific scenario, I don't think you have another way to deal with things here. And I incline to tend it is a concerted strike because there is a 5-6 and a 6-6 and a 3-5. Like, both bodies seems pretty solid above the 5 HP threshold. You cannot really deal with them that easily. And there is a concerted strike on the Shen.
Yeah, and
now,
do you deny this?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think you do. They don't have anything to answer with.
Yeah. You're gonna have to. The Shen is gonna be your engine for the next couple of turns. I mean, he has 2 more Shens in hand, but he'd rather have one on board and rather have the open attack or just not spend another 4 mana for this. I think this Shen is gonna be what might win him the game. So yeah, he obviously still wanted him on the board. Now has the option of going into an open attack, which already looks pretty devastating, or to just develop his board. The only problem is you might run into a Bright Steel formation.
Yes, and we have mentioned it that your opponent has been playing very disciplined. They did not play any Bright Steel form anything so far for the turns to come. They might just want to play for the longer game. They might want to play for the Bright Steel formation. And now this is the moment of truth. This is a statement from Pespscola, and he is asking him, do you have it? It seems like he doesn't have it.
I will cut you down.
Yeah, this seems pretty good for Peps right here. AnotherHipster has a lot of mana available for combat tricks, but again, combat tricks in this deck also cost a lot of mana. Right now, 9 mana just represents maybe 2 barriers, and that is not going to be enough because 2 barriers is also something you can easily generate with the Shen spell.
Yeah, definitely. Not only that, but I think the Shen is about to level if you use the Shen spell. You simply go for the double barriers and then you go for a potential awful amount of damage that AnotherHipster might not be able or might not be happy to take.
Yeah. Decides to protect the Screeching Dragon here. That leaves Peps again with the decision, does he want to do anything? He doesn't really have to. He goes out of this trade pretty happy, I think. Yeah, puts in a bunch of damage. His dragon grows, the other dragon doesn't, and the boards look super uneven, and he even gets offered the pass. You take this every time, I feel like. Oh, never mind. I was mistaken. Plays a River Shaper here. Just wants to waste as little mana as possible, even if that means AnotherHipster now has the opportunity to play something on his side. He still has to be scared of deny, repost though, so I think it was the correct play from Peps because there is not a lot that AnotherHipster can do at 7 mana that wouldn't be stopped by a repost.
Peps might also recognize that his opponent doesn't really have much on their side. Oh! Correct me, I was wrong. There is another Cetria.
Let's go. And all of a sudden, both boards look a bit more even. Still, though, heavily in the favor, or slightly heavily in the favor of Pespscola here. 11 mana available now. Has the Bright Steel Protector. That is not a formation, though. We see seeing a combat now on the side of Peps. I don't know. This looks pretty good still. You can actually fire off 2 Shen spells if it comes down to it.
Yeah, definitely. You can fire one for sure and then try to go for single combat and then switch targets if everything goes out and still have a target that can probably kill something that you want to. For example, you want to kill a C3A, you might want to go for a single combat on the Screeching Dragon. If things goes out, you want to switch with the other C3A that is going to have some attack. Those are scenarios that might be possible.
Yeah, the balance has been maintained. Are you sure, Shen? Because this is not looking balanced at all. Right now, it just looks like perhaps is on a beatdown here, just getting the better of every combat.
Definitely, and these aggressive passes, I love them. He is up on the board. He is better positioned in terms of mana as well. He is demanding answers from his opponent, and he has the better positioning in terms of everything. His hand looks quite better than AnotherHipster's because he has a lot of potential to protect his units while trying to kill his opponent's units. Like, he has everything at this point. Tiana Crown Guard hitting the ball.
Wait, I don't know if
That's
that
a
works.
surprise.
I don't know if that works, man. You already lost one trade, and now you're going in for another round? I don't know if you want this. AnotherHipster, I don't know if you want this. There's another Shen spell. He doesn't know, but we know, and that's gonna be devastating for him if he goes for this.
Stands in our way.
The problem is, you might not want it, but do you have another choice when your opponent can protect his units so consistently with Shen on the board? They can have so much more in hand in terms of removal or in terms of survival because that Reverse Shaper just kept drawing and drawing. And at 1 mana, AnotherHipster can literally not do anything. And I think this is the turn you might swing everything into your favor. You might just go for a Shen spell on the Screeching Dragon and just get done with it. And even after the Shen spell, you still have a lot to fire next round.
Yeah, do you even go for the Shen spell? I think you might sacrifice the Fiora here because the Shen spell would unfortunately mean that that the Tiana doesn't die, and I think you want to kill her this turn.
You do kill Tiana this turn. You might even want to go with a single combat on a 2-2 or on a 3-2 because you are being offered that option. He decides against it. He has a pretty scary board already. He can merrily swing every single turn, play conservatively, and play for the win.
Yeah, and funnily enough, for the win, he can actually go this turn. Because he has a Shen spell, he can actually maneuver a high attack unit into his opponent's Nexus, right? So one unit goes unblocked here, and you just maneuver one of the bigger units, actually. Or you can actually just play the Riposte here. Start out with the Riposte, threaten lethal. If something happens, like I say in combat, you can still swap units.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is the line to go because you swap units and you swap the targets for single combat or concerted strike as well, I think. And that is going to be a huge advantage if you try to kill the opponent. He sees the line, he goes for the line. Let's see. This is demanding AnotherHipster to have an answer and quite fast. He doesn't have anything. And once again, Pesps wins the Shen Fiora mirror.
Yeah, well, it just seems to be a pro at Shen Fiora. Time and time again, we've seen him win these, and there he goes. First win goes to Peps.
Well,
pretty strong performance, I have to say. I mean, obviously, no price deformation from both sides. Okay, it just didn't show up. I mean, most of the time it is a 1-off, sometimes a 2-off. We finally actually saw Tiana hit the board, but I think the mirror is not the matchup you put Tiana in the deck for. You'd rather put Tiana in the deck, for example, if you play against FizTF, just to finish them before they finish you. Or you want to just put it in the deck if you play against more control-heavy decks. Didn't quite work out in the mirror.
Yeah, you can also put it against as Timo or against Timo Sejuani because usually that matchup should be doomed for Shen Fiora. But if you do have Relentless Pursuits, if you do have Tianas, they help you draw with the Hexcore Foundry. But let's let that story for another time because it is going to be the potential for Pes to take this 1-0 if he wins this one. He has 2 chances for taking the win, and it seems like he has a pretty good hand starting with Lunari Duskbringer turn 1. He can float the mana if he wants, and then next turn he can just play his Ophidius.
Yep. By the way, I like the overlay they gave us for the scores, right? If you look at this is not like a 1 or a 2. This is not like any number. This is just this golden like French fry that's sitting right there. I like it. It looks cool. It looks really cool.
Golden French fry. You're starting that praising their overlays so highly, and then you say golden frame.
Okay, wait, I meant that in a good way. Okay, so I play back in the day when I was like 12 years old. I played a game which was basically a Counter-Strike clone, and there was a rank. I don't know if it's major or something, but there was a rank that also had like a golden French fry as a symbol. Obviously it wasn't a French fry; it was like some military rank, but we always called it golden French fry rank.
All right. Back to the game, we do see a Crescendum coming down. There is going to be a moon weapon being played that is going to be Crescendum in the potential of trying to remove this 2-2 River Shaper. And AnotherHipster has some options here. He might have another Sharp Sight, he might have a Deny, a Nopify, a Riposte, Spirit's Refuge. Those are all options that can save the River Shaper, but I think what Peps wants is to see a barrier or a Sharp Sight being wasted, because he gets mana back from the temple.
Yeah, the thing here is AnotherHipster also has to be aware that there was another Fierce weapon generated. Ooh, okay. Actually uses 3 mana here. Maybe unaware that there is another Calibrum in the hand of Peps, and he actually gets to kill one of them.
He gets the kill, and he now gets to go even wider on the board, and he can even swing just with the free ones, I think. Wait, never mind, you can swing with everything, I think. There is nothing that can stop you in this situation. But he plays conservative, he wants a lot of HP on his Aphelios, you need to keep it. I think if you manage to keep it over 6 HP without any tricks, and just through the sheer power of Bell Temple, it should be over for the barrier deck.
Yeah, but once again, on 15 HP already, the Shen Fiora. And again on the aggression plan here with this Zoe Fierce Invoke deck. It just doesn't stop. And again, this is also something we've seen happening the last time we've seen any deck go up against this. Because the last time we've seen Shen Fiora play against this Invoke deck, they also just played 1 unit per round, right? And again, we see the Screeching Dragon, which is a good unit, but it's just really expensive, and you now have no chance of protecting it, and you basically are playing 1 unit per turn, while Pespscola with his Invoke deck and the Temple on board has the option to play 1,000 cards per turn.
Wait a second, if he hits what he wants, he might end up the game next turn. Oh, Serpent is perfect because he can play one of the Pale Cascades and he can go into Moonlight Affliction. Even better, he has the Trickster, and then he can swing for a lot of damage, and the opponent doesn't have the possibility to block.
Yeah, this looks absolutely
insane. Is this going to be Moonlight Affliction lethal? Ah, I would love to see that.
He can still go for it, right? He just plays this now, and now he baits AnotherHipster into playing a unit, thinking, hey, I need blockers, and all of a sudden we see a Moonlight Affliction. And because he has a Temple, he can play the Moonlight Affliction, it buffs his Aphelios, and afterwards, he still gets to play a Pale Cascade. But okay, we see the Nopify. Nopify just calms him a bit down, you know. Just oh no! Whoa! The pass back, no unit developed. Still the Moonlight into the Pale Cascade. Would it be game
because
over?
Of the Veil Temple, as you mentioned, it is possible. It is possible to go for both Pale Cascade, Moonlight Affliction. You still have 1 mana up. Oh, you can go even wider even. You can be greedy here, and I love it.
Is it lethal though?
I think the main point here is not for it to be lethal, it is to be scary and to force answers from AnotherHipster.
It is exactly lethal though, right now. But obviously 5 mana available. AnotherHipster has Signal Combat, has Concerted Strike. So even if Pespscola can threaten lethal here, that does not mean it is going to be lethal. Yeah, he knows it. He goes a bit slower. I like this. He doesn't go all in.
You're not forced to go all in at this point. You have seen your opponent queuing a spell. They might have Concerted Strike or Single Combat. Excuse me, there is a Concerted Strike being played, and that is going to be enough even with the Pale Cascade. You have another issue though. You do need to block this board, I think. And Pesp can just go for a Pale Cascade and probably remove the Screeching Dragon. I do think you might want to block with the Screeching Dragon in this situation, and he goes for it, not knowing that Screeching Dragon is not going to see another day or another turn. a little bit of a change of heart. He's changing his heart quite a lot.
Yeah. And I think this looks great for Peps because that is a situation he wants his opponents to be in, where they can't decide what to go for.
I really wanted to see the Moonlight Affliction little, but there was a lot of ifs in order for that to be a thing. For example, if there wouldn't have been a concerted strike there. Never mind, we just get even more refilling in this scenario. We do have... Actually, is that activated? Oh, it's activated because you have Moonlight Affliction.
Yeah, and one thing I see now is that there is a Living Legends. There is also, though, another elusive. Okay, he discards the elusive. The Living Legends obviously can give him a way better elusive. And he can actually cheat mana of that, so he could next turn play an Immortal Fire for 8 mana.
Yeah, let's see what Peps goes for. He might even go for an elusive from the star shaping in this situation because he has the luxury. He can still get mana back up. Another Living Legends, Cosmic Inspiration, and Cosmic Rays. I think you just go for another Living Legends at this point, and if you hate what you got in the first one, you get another one.
I mean, the first one fills your hand, though, so you can't play the second one in the same turn, which feels a bit bad. Also, I find interesting, by the way, the Living Legends basically depicts a 5-drop, a 1-drop, and a 3-drop, and none of the big drops. Oh my god, the Serpents actually aren't that bad.
With these Serpents, you can just slow play your opponent. You are also demanding from your opponent to have a deny or at least waste it in this scenario. If they waste it, they still have to put up a board in order to fight against Pesp's one. And you do need to take into consideration every deny used on these spells is a deny that is not used on the Atrocity or cannot threaten the Atrocity.
Yeah, Atrocity, the big finisher. We haven't seen it so far, but we can't forget about it. Super strong card and something AnotherHipster has to be wary of.
Another pass. I think you just go for it. You go for more damage and then you refill your board with another danger noodle, as Zoe calls the Serpent, and a Charger.
Yeah, the good old danger noodle. AnotherHipster has to decide here, does he want to block more damage or does he want to take more damage? If you take more damage, you can keep your dragon alive. If you block more damage, your dragon unfortunately might die. So, goes for protection on the River Shaper first. Wants to draw as much spells as possible. Obviously, if you actually draw into a Spell's Refuge, you might get back into the game. But
is that a single combat we might witness? No, it is it actually is a single combat. I wanted to say if it is a sharp strike, it is a single combat. It enables 3 trades in total for AnotherHipster. It also enables him drawing more cards. But there might be a lot of spells in his hand. We haven't seen a lot of units being played from him.
Yeah, and Peps has all the units he wants, right? He can instantly refill everything. Yeah, just builds up a whole board again, just full of cheap stuff. And that is Shenfio's biggest problem in this matchup. They mostly play 1 or 2 units per turn, while it seems like Peps is just throwing full hands of units on the turn every turn.
And he has another Living Legends if he wants to remove even more if he wants. Of course, that was a top decked Fiora if I have seen that correctly, which means AnotherHipster might not have any units whatsoever.
Okay. There's a Bryce Protector here. Oh, goes for the silence. That is sneaky. That is really good. Pespscola playing with full brain activity. Again, one of the best players Europe has to offer. If he can win this, I'm gonna be very proud.
Yes, same. Especially because he's one of the madmen or one of our team. Yeah, I can just be happy about it. But right now, let's go to the obvious fact that he is rocking this game. He is aggroing for a player that is so composed, that loves to play tempo, that loves to play combo and control. He is rocking this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was so comfortable in the mirror, and now he's again. Shenfiora just can't win against Peps.
I think next turn we're going finally for that Moonlight Affliction lethal. We have to, right? Like, your opponent only has 3 cards. There are all spells. There might be protection spells. You drag 1 unit, and then that might be it for your opponent. You want to force him in this situation.
I mean, you could also play the Living Legends though, so you can see what's in the box, right? Do you want to open?
Or you could kill him.
Yeah, but don't you want to open the card pack? Don't you want
No.
to find a shiny big dragon? Don't you want to find the Great Beyond?
No, I do want to finish the game right here, right now. But of course, everything that we are theorizing now is in Pep's hand. It is his call if he wants to go for the Moonlight Affliction Litter, or if he wants to go. He goes for the Moonlight Affliction Litter.
Oh, he goes for
for
both?
the Living Legends as well.
Perfect! Perhaps
Two
doing the
birds with
stream a
one stone.
favor. Yeah. Oh my god, look at his head. He can even like obliterate everything. Wait, this is absolutely insane. Yeah, plays the Immortal Fire here. Oh, gets offered the pass, yet this game is over in so many ways. AnotherHipster is like, oh, I don't want to deal with this anymore, just end me.
And Pesps also drags the unit beautifully. He doesn't want to give his opponent the opportunity to go for probably healing with the Spirit's Refuge and then some weird shenanigans like Concerted Strike to kill Immortal Fire, but he cannot even kill Immortal Fire in that scenario. It was plain dominance from Pesps from the beginning to the end. Congrats to him, and let's see if we can see another match.
Yeah, I mean, another 2-0. What can we say? He's just absolutely beasting this, and if he's in the same form tomorrow for the seasonal, we might as well just declare him the winner already before the tournament has even started, right?
It really seems like he is speedrunning this tournament. As I said, he loves to play combo a lot and loves to play more on the defensive side, outplaying his opponent. But here, he's being given the draw so he can go as aggressive as he wants. And we see another side of Pest, which is full aggro with combo decks.
And now, so we have a couple of options here, right? So obviously this round might not be over. I think the other game is Jtamonda versus Mr. Emotional, or Mo, as you should call him.
Let's call him Mo.
Let's call him Mo. It's still going on. We might hop into that after a short break, guys. So we are gonna be right back.
That's what that was. That's just an interview question.
The fuck? That was my ideal girl. Probably short and
My ideal girl.
Yes.
That's what that was. That's just an interview question. That's one of the two most important questions of the interview.
Yeah.
Oh, ideal girl.
That's a hard question, man. That's that deep question.
Mi novia.
I don't want to answer you one. I mean, I can do more. It changes though.
Lo único que me importa a mí es que tenga una fuerte actitud.
You know, 3D is nice. 2D ain't bad. 2D ain't bad, not gonna lie. It's either a 2D girl or a 3D girl. That's about it.
O sea, que haga las cosas, si se equivoca o si tiene razón o si no, eso no importa, sino como que las haga y se dé cuenta de las cosas que hace y que sepa asumir si está equivocada o si tiene razón.
The older I get, not even older. I guess the older I get, the more it changes. So I don't have a direct answer. I guess as long as she's good-hearted, that's good enough for me.
Just someone I get well with. It doesn't really matter. Like, she needs to be a little bit attractive to me, but in the end, it's just how the friendship works, and that's my deal.
I don't know how to answer that. Sorry.
¿Puedo dejar esa respuesta?
I like things that make people unique. So like, I would like to think that I would like a girl for things that make her different from a normal person that I couldn't imagine in my own head.
Joder.
That's what that was. That's just an interview question.
The fuck?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and we wanted to provide you with more games, but unfortunately the other game in the winners bracket has been finished just in a few seconds before, and we cannot show you the games from the lower bracket because unfortunately Stan disabled the spectator mode. But we are going to hop in a short break and then be right back for more action, so stay tuned. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chasing Beast, the Beast version of the Lightning Horse. This is the first edition, and we have seen some pretty fire games, and we need to mention that Pespscola is on a fire draw. He is playing as aggressive as possible. I think he wants to speedrun this event at this point so he can win in the seasonal as well. What do you think?
Yeah. I think the same. We mentioned it at the beginning of the day that Pespscola, obviously, if he wants to win as quick as possible. But in order to do that, pulling up the bracket, building the suspense, yeah, in order to do that, he needs to win against Jtamonda, who we've also seen just play really well so far in the tournament. First of all, beating NicMakesPlays. Absolutely insane game that was. And now beating Mo to be in the winner's final here. Peps and Jtamonda. Whoever wins here gets into the grand final and has 2 chances to win. Because what you see there, if you look at the bracket, obviously this is a bracket, a double elimination bracket. So if you lose in the final and you got there by just going through the winner's side of the bracket, you obviously also have a chance to lose. So if you lose, there is going to be a bracket reset and you have a chance to win the final again. But if you go to the lower bracket, that's not the case. You have to win the first best of 3, and then if there's a bracket reset, have to win the second best of 3. So quite a bit harder.
And I think we have seen so many turns of events from people that have come from the losers bracket or the lower bracket. I wouldn't like to call them losers bracket, and just throw down the main contender, winning the first BO3, winning the second one. We have seen that happen quite a lot in this type of events. We might see this happening here or not, but we need to mention that Jtamonda, which is said at first he is a bit more on the creator side, smashing through opponents like NicMakesPlays or opponents like mreMOEtional, and Mo is very well known in the tournament scene, if there is one known. And now he's going, I think, against the best challenger ever, Pespscola, which has been on a roll. Not in this tournament, but usually he is on a roll in this season.
Yeah, so far, Peps has just been playing phenomenally. And if we think back, to be honest, did we expect anything else? He won with his team, obviously, Team Portugal. He won the EU Masters tournament. He has been performing in tournaments ever since Runeterra launched, really. But even though he has always been performing well, and he always has been performing really good, I think in the last few weeks we have seen an even better Peps than before.
Yeah, definitely. This is the meta that suits him the best. I mentioned he loves playing more on the combo side, on the control side, give the opponent the opportunity to misplay or have the opportunity to outplay himself, his opponent. And this meta, with a lot of Targon in it, just says, Peps, you're good to go. Go for it. Go, my boy.
Yeah. But to talk about the other players as well, because I see 4 players there in the lower bracket, and it's not over for them, right? They still have a chance to make the comeback, to get to the final and to make the back-to-back final wins. And those players are mreMOEtional, it's PandaZensei, AnotherHipster, and Iannogueira. And I think you already mentioned Mo, who unfortunately lost in the upper bracket semifinals, and now he's up against PandaZensei. So if he were to win here, he could still make it to the finals. Whoever wins here has to go against the other lower bracket player, and then to get into the final, finally has to play against the loser of Pespscola versus Jtamonda. But this all-deciding match that looms over this whole bracket now has a couple of interesting decks. I mean, we looked at Pespscola's decks intensively now because we've spectated him for 2 rounds now, but we haven't looked at Jtamonda's decks at all. And do you know what's in his lineup?
Let's see what he has in his lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting because so far, I think the lineups have been not super similar, but not going to lie, I think we have started every best of 3 with a Shen Fiora mirror so far. So it's a deck that with its 50% win rate just feels bad to ban. So I guess you don't ban it, but then you have to play against it. And so far, do you really want to play Shen Fiora against Peps? Because he has been crushing the matchup. The mirror for him is like a 100% win rate.
Like, you need to take some serious life decisions there and thinking, because, alright, am I going to leave Shen Fiora open to a player that has been crushing the mirror so far? And if you've been Jtamonda, you've been watching this tournament so far and how PES might have been performing, you might have a change of heart and instead of going for your initial ban, just ban Shen Fiora because it's been so outperforming for PES.
Yeah. And one thing that we haven't seen is Draven Ezreal. It was banned in the last series, but it's again. Jtamonda also obviously brought Draven Ezreal, but he also brought Shen Fiora, so we might see a Shen Fiora mirror, but I think we're gonna have to take a look at this Draven Ezreal as well, just because this might get banned again from Peps, and we're gonna have to take a look why it might get banned.
Alright, let's see. And we do see Draven Ezreal, which I think is the main contender to kill Peps's lineup, because of course there is a Shen Fiora there, and Shen Fiora hates to see Ezreal Draven. It is not an unwinnable matchup, talking from experience and from watching people, but it's certainly highly unfavored for Shen Fiora because they remove everything you put on the board. You try to put something on one Mystic Shot, you try to put something onto another Mystic Shot, a Thermo Beam, a Get Excited, a Scorcher. It's basically you cannot lay down units against this deck.
And that feels bad, especially if you yourself are playing Shen Fiora, you're probably going to lose that matchup. And not only because they are just playing units every turn, but also they have like so many cheap removal to protect and like support these units. And it just feels bad using a deny or using a barrier for like a 1-mana Mystic Flock, right?
We protect, we attack, we smack, and we take the win from every single Shen Fiora if we are Draven. Let's see what else has Jtamonda been brought in this tournament.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, otherwise it's Shen Fiora again, so we probably don't have to talk about that, right?
Do you want to talk about Shen Fiora after so much seeing Shen Fiora?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, the other deck is also, I mean, it's been pretty standard, but it goes into a different direction. We finally, again, after a lineup without TF, we see a Philios TF make a return, and that is the Burble Fishes. We know them. We've seen them find lethal today in a matchup against Shen Fiora, so this might be a good matchup. Let's see, how would you say this goes into the Targon Invoke deck?
I think it should be slightly favored because Pesps is not running something that Jtamonda is running, and that is Bastion, which adds another layer of protection to the champions. And especially when you have Twisted Fate, it is going to be very hard for a Targon deck to remove it so consistently. If you have Bastion as well, it's going to be even harder because we mentioned that Pesp is running Sunburst. If you see a Sunburst on Twisted Fate, you have your Bastion. You could declare that you won the game, I think.
Oh, you can declare that you won the game. Okay. That is quite something. That is going pretty far, okay? But I think you're right. I think you're right. And we can take a look at the versus screen again because, I mean, we've been taking a look at Pespscola the whole time now because he's just been that dominant. But I don't think we haven't looked at Jtamonda quite as much, right?
Alright, it is his time to shine in this tournament. We have seen a bit from what he has been playing against Nick, and now we're going to see him in the Winners Showdown final.
Yeah.
Go
do you
ahead.
Spot something?
It's a 10 years difference between the two players.
That's not the thing I spotted. I spot something completely different. Do you see his favorite deck?
Go hard. I mean, Go Hard, we have seen it popping here and there at some point. It makes some waves. It tries to struggle a bit to find a place in the meta. You might counter, I think, FistF, or at least try to counter FistF, but not gonna happen. I don't know. Go Hard doesn't have a place currently in the meta. You can try to surprise people with it, but it's not gonna work most of the time.
Yeah, it just feels really bad if you play the deck and just either get overrun because you can't actually kill all the Fist TF decks because, yeah, you have Go Hard, which is pretty good against 1 health units, but if they slam down 5 of those in one turn, it's not going to do much. It just doesn't really work right now. But that just shows that he's also a player that likes to play tempo, and maybe that is something that is the perfect playstyle against the Pespscola style, which he likes to play tempo decks, but he also likes to play combo decks, right, and control decks. So far, we've seen him play his control decks a bit more tempo heavy than usually, and maybe that is going to be his avenue to win. But both players are still waiting to start. What do you think is going to be the ban here? So we know the lineup from Peps, which is Shen Fiora, Targon Invoke, and I think FizTF, right? And then we have the lineup on the other side, which is going to be this TF Aphelios, Ezreal Draven, and Fiora Shen.
I think the ban is going to be S-Draven for Pesps into Jtamonda, and the other ban is going to be probably FizTF, because you cannot let it have its way. And by knowing Pesps, I think he's going to be pretty comfortable playing TF Aphelios into Invoke Aphelios with Zoe. That is my call here. But let's switch a bit to what ends are this player playing? What can they gain? What is the money incentive that they can get?
Yeah, we can look at the prize pool again. It is a pretty good prize pool, especially for an 8-man tournament. I think just like an easy Saturday night tournament. $200 is the prize pool. First place gets $100 of the prize pool. And yeah, you see it here, just 8 invited players. So you just have to win like 5 matches or 6. And you basically have the prize pool already. If you go through the winners brackets, I think you only have to play 5 matches.
Yeah, let's see if Peps is going to manage to go all the way through the winners brackets, because we mentioned it before. We're going to mention it as many times as we want. I think he's the only contender in the seasonals from all the opponents. So as faster as he can finish the games, he can go to sleep and he can be fresh for the next day and start crushing again.
Yeah, and if anything, Pepsi is fresh, right? It's refreshing.
Probably.
I don't know.
He's on a roll. If he draws like this, I think he can autopilot tomorrow as well.
Autopilot. I mean, yes. I don't know if that was just a good draws or also good game decisions. I think that, especially when it comes to this Targon Invoke deck, the draws aren't that important because you always have like a ton of options, right? There are so many cards in your deck that generate other cards that it's a bit harder to draw dead, and it's also a bit harder to play because you have so many options every turn.
Yes, but if you are a player that is very comfortable with this play style, or at least if you haven't been comfortable, but let's say you approached this play style since Runeterra has been launched, if you honed those skills and now you see a meta that favors that play style, I think you're good to go.
Yeah, you're probably good to go. I mean, so far he has been good to go, right? He has been performing and it's been looking pretty easy, but you know what hasn't been performing? The full aggro decks. I think we've seen one or two full aggro lineups actually in the deck list, but so far they haven't really made their way through the upper bracket. They either lost in the top 8 or in the top 4, and yeah, now they are in the lower bracket. Can they make a comeback? That's the question. Maybe because there aren't quite as much FizTF decks as we might have expected. These kind of decks just haven't performed, right? Because if they run into a Shen Fiora with like 2 or 3 Spirits Refuge, obviously that's not what you run into. You do want to run into something like a FizTF that can't heal at all.
Yeah, it's not been the case for most of the opponents, but if there is someone that can make it through the losers bracket, through the lower bracket, into the final, I think it's the undisputed current aggro king, and that's Mo.
Yeah, I think he also brought a full aggro lineup, right? So maybe he just makes the run back, from the lower bracket into the upper bracket, and then actually going up against Peps to maybe win. I mean, we haven't seen Peps versus Mo, so maybe this is the lineup actually that performs against Peps' lineup.
Yeah, we're going to see. You know that I am highly favoring Peps. He is one of our friends. He is on EU. He is one of my teammates. I cannot not do it.
Yeah, I assure. I mean, he's also just a really good player and a really fun player to talk to.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if it is going to be a fun game here, because we have seen Pesps leaving Draven as through, and it is Draven as against Fiora Shen, which is supposed to be highly favored for the Draven as.
Yeah, that is true. We mentioned it at the beginning, and oh, it starts already. Do you invest a sharp side here? That is the question. Because at 2 mana, either there's a second Mystic Shot, or there could also be one of those Ravenous Flocks, and all of a sudden you trade 1 mana for 2 mana, you lose your resources, your opponent really doesn't care because they have so many cheap stuff. Yeah.
That might have been not really a lifesaver, but something that can demand another answer from Jtamonda. If you would have had the Nopify last turn, you would have been even safer to fire it off, because you would have demanded another answer from your opponent, and most importantly, Mystic Shot wouldn't have gone through, so another stack that wouldn't have been there for Ezreal.
Yeah. I think as soon as Ezreal hits the board, this game is going to become infinitely harder if he's already leveled. You have to either save your sharp sides, or you have to have an answer like a single combat or a concerted strike.
Yes, it seems like nothing is going in this game in Pesp's side for Pesp, and you can kind of call it, because Jtamonda, since the beginning of the game, which was not far ago, has been consistently removing cards from Pesps, has been removing units from Pesps, and he started building his old board. It's not looking pretty great, especially because you don't even have your Fiora.
Yeah, and oh god, there we see another card you do want to Nopify. That is, at least this is not a Ravenous Flock, right? Ravenous Flock maybe would have felt a bit worse. But Ravenous Flock could have been answered by a sharp side, and afterwards you still would have had the option to Nopify anything else. But here, Hasselron Protege, maybe a bit of value can get him back into the game. Are you sad though if you lose this game?
Well, we are going to see. There is a thermogenic beam that tries to remove the Shen. Is it going to go? It's not going to go, because you can protect your Shen, you can keep it as a threat possible. And what we can mention is that Jtamonda using the Scorched Earth, I think it's the only Scorched Earth in the deck, might mean that he doesn't have a Ravenous Flock, because I think you'd rather invest 1 mana instead of 3 to remove one of the units.
Yeah, definitely, and this is great for Peps. Look at the board. It's in favor of Peps right now, and Jtamonda actually firing off the Thermal Beam looked a bit desperate. Right?
This is, I think, one of the ways you win the game as Fiora Shen, because your opponent investing and investing into removing your units, they might eventually run out of removal, while you might still have some tricks up your sleeve. And by tricks, I mean you can have a lot of units that you can play, you can pressure the board, and they wasted a lot of removal. They might not have enough to deal with it.
Yeah, and especially multiple Shens is really nice, because multiple Shens means that all of a sudden you can generate barriers, and barriers demand answers. And those answers, unfortunately, cost cards for Jtamonda, while the barrier doesn't cost cards for Peps. And yeah, protects the Shen here by protecting this Laran. And this looks actually pretty great. Gets another challenger. That one is elusive too, doesn't really matter. Can block an Ezreal though.
Well, if you didn't have enough blockers for elusives already, you also have Sharp Sight.
It's true. And now do we see? Oh, okay. At 2 mana, I think this would have been the point where you do play the Tri-Beam, and this just means that Jtamonda doesn't have it. Perhaps actually reading him like a book, just passing back here. Jtamonda just wasting a ton of mana, and perhaps didn't really care about the attack here. Just wants Jtamonda to be able to waste the mana.
Right, his opponent seemed like he was playing for the Farron outs. This doesn't seem to be the case though, because it's turn 8, you do not have a Farron, and even if he has it, I think he wants to play for the board now and try to establish it, because otherwise Shen Fiora is just going to run over you.
Yep, and oof. Maybe the Tri-Beam is now in the hand, but I don't think he was going for a giant Tri-Beam. I think he just didn't have it. And this is looking super scary, especially because the HP on Peps doesn't really matter, since he has 2 Spirit's Refuges. That HP can go up to 20 in just 1 turn.
I think Peps is just sorted. Ooh, we do see the Farron, and that seems to be a top deck, but I think Peps is still sorted. Do you wanna know why?
Tell me.
He has double denies, so decimates are not going to be an issue. Double spirits refugee, so Farron is not going to be an issue, and he has even a relentless pursuit if he wants to finish the game faster. I think he's really set for this matchup.
Yeah, but right now he basically tells Jtamonda, I don't have a unit in hand. I just have spells. So better be careful, otherwise he obviously would have played the unit instead of passing back. Jtamonda now wants to develop a board as wide as possible to be able to maybe swing through a couple points of damage here, and then he probably hopes to actually finish the game with these decimates. But at this point, if you saw that Peps only has spells in hand, you can kind of guess that at least one of those is going to be a Denial Spur's Refuge.
Yeah, definitely. And we can come down to that turn where Pesps deliberately has gone for the pass instead of attacking when the opponent was passing with 7 mana of units and 1 mana of spells. Maybe swinging in that turn might have been going into his favor now that we are transcending to the late game. So far that didn't happen, and the opponents are even on the HP, and we do see a big Farron swinging for 8 damage and Overwhelm.
Yeah, and right now that looks scary, but we mentioned already, you can easily block this. The one thing we do have to mention is that Jtamonda knows this, because Peps didn't use it last turn. Peps doesn't have a Concerted Strike, and Concerted Strike is pretty good against Farron.
Yes, we do not see any Concerted Strike being drawn this turn as well. You might just want to go for this and then single combat probably to deal with the Farron, but at the same point, oh no, you can go even better. You can go for Relentless Pursuit, you can drag the Farron with the 4-3, you can even heal more with the barrier, and you still have backups. You still have Spirit Refugees, Deny, single combats, and Sharp Sights in case things go south.
So for Peps, it's basically about just finding another unit, is what you are saying. He just wants a Screeching Dragon, or he just wants a Bright Steel Formation, and he should be fine.
I think Bright Steel Formation is the premium drop that you are looking for here. Your Shen is very close to leveling. Your opponent didn't have ways to prevent Shen from doesn't have ways from preventing Shen from leveling. They do not have a Ravenous Flock. They didn't have it for so far. Let's see what else might happen.
Here comes the block. Do you use your second Spruce Refuge now? You just maybe give up the Shen if there's removal for it. You could... Oh, if there's removal for the Shen, you can also go for the single combat. But that is just 1 mana invested. The Ravenous Flock has been found. And that is the scary card in the matchup. You might just have to let this go.
Do you let this go though, because there are 3 real cards in Jtamonda's hand? They might not be spells, or if they are spells, it essentially means Jtamonda doesn't have anything to develop. So I think you go for this Deny. If you see another removal, you just might be happy.
Yeah, you can use the single combat in that case as another Ravenous Flock. Yeah, I guess for the single combat.
Yeah, it's the single combat into the Draven is the most value you are going to get. You do need to hope though that there is nothing that can prevent this single combat from going off, and there is nothing. Are the units in this case? Did Jtamonda want to play this way so he can develop his Ezreal probably, or another Draven safely?
You are completely right.
Development.
It doesn't do anything though. It's not even leveled. Comes a Thermal Beam to remove the blocker here. There's a Sharp Sight though, so should this Ezreal ever attack, there is going to be a removal for him. And oh my god, the Bright Steel! We were talking about it. Unfortunately though, the Shen is already dead, but it's still super scary because this threatens 9 damage every turn. And so far, he only has an Ezreal on the board.
I think this matchup has been played by the book by both players, but eventually this matchup has been ending as we suggested. If Shen Fiora has to win, you are wasting as Ezreal Draven a lot of removal, and at some point you just run out of it, and that is going to be the demise for Jtamonda Sims in this, at least with this board setup. He only has 1 real card and not much else to do.
I think... Oh, there's a Farron.
Another Farron.
Is that...
Another one.
Yeah. Again, though, we have Deny for all the decimates. We can heal for 9 potentially with a Spirit's Refuge at 1 point. So this still looks good for Peps, to be honest. And one thing we have to mention, though, is... Did you see a single Tribeam the entire game?
No, we didn't see any, and Judging by that, it has to be a top deck, and if it is a top deck, it's not a very fortunate one, I can say that.
Yeah, it's one of the worst top decks you can get. And that is one important card in this matchup, because there have been points in this game where Peps was below deny mana, and Jtamonda had mana for a Tri-Beam. And usually that is a card that can completely turn the matchup around.
And let's just look at this play, because this play might decide the whole game. You just kill Ezreal here, and then next turn you might be able to drag the Farron and then swing for the little kill.
Yep, exactly. Ezreal is going to die here. This does suggest that there is another Ravenous Flock, because you put
also,
it on 4.
I think you need to play very disciplined here, because you need... Oh, never mind. You don't need to play very disciplined anymore. Or you might think so, because you don't want to preserve your Brazil formation. Oh no, we're just going for full damage phase.
Yeah, and I think what you do at this point, you can deny this. The only problem is though that there might be a Ravenous Flock, and I think it says Ravenous Flock, you can also deny that and just go for the open attack, which is almost always going to be lethal. If it doesn't work, you always have the Spirit's Refuge into the single combat to heal for 9. Yeah, it goes for the deny here. I think Peps plays this so well.
And with just decimates and I think one puff cap or one X, it is not going to be any comeback being made by Jtamonda. He just needs to swing here, 9 damage is all you need, and you also have barriers, and Pesps takes this beautifully, just beautifully into a matchup that is not favored.
Yeah. Peps, to be honest, just continuing his winning ways. So far, he has been on a complete roll, and he is playing against good players, and we have to say it again, if he plays like that tomorrow, I'm so scared for the rest of the top 32.
When is this kid going to stop? Because it is on a roll right now, and he doesn't seem he is going to stop for anything.
Yeah, he wants this to be finished on time, okay? He needs his 10 hours of sleep before the seasonal tomorrow. The seasonal is in roughly 14 hours, so, you know, he wants to finish this in at least 2 hours.
It seems very plausible with the way he is playing and with his draws, with his decisions, with his calls, with the way he is doing everything. Let's see if he can take another 2-0 in this situation. The deck that he has available to him, it is a deck that has high potential. Every single time you see, it is 50th.
Yeah, but this is actually the first time we see Peps play it, I think. So far, it has always been banned, and now it has to go up against Chen Fiora. We already mentioned that Chen Fiora can have a good matchup into this if they find Fiora.
Ouch, that is not what you want to see in this scenario, I think. You do not want to draw all 3 suit-ups. Is this the turn where Pesp's luck has run off?
It might be, but he might also just still win this because he finds the right lines to play. Plays the 2 Daring Poros here. Okay, if he goes in, oh, he pre-commits it.
I think what you were trying to think about is just attacking with the Poros, and if your opponent decides to go for a sharp side, you just go for suit up, and then that way they might trade favorably.
Yes, but I think what Peps was afraid of was that the opponent just lets the 2 damage go through because he doesn't really care about 2 damage, and all of a sudden you just wasted the opportunity to put more damage into your opponent with the suit up, and it will cost 4 mana next turn. So yeah, I think Peps plays this correctly, just pre-commits it, but that obviously allows Jtamonda, as we see here, to get a favorable trade on his River Shaper and just get a free draw.
The problem with this, I think, at least on Jtamonda's side, is that the 4/4 stats on Pespscola's Poro are going to stay there, while the +2/+2 on the River Shaper is going to go away. That's not an issue because you have good old Bristol Protector in order to keep it alive, ensure that you have more draws.
Yeah, and what do you do here? If you are Peps, you can obviously go for not
you
much.
might even go for copying the Bristol Protector and protecting your own Poro.
You can't go for the TF because single combat is still a card that is available. So you have to be careful with that. And you could copy the River Shaper too.
Gotta trust your instincts.
Imagine you're copying River Shaper.
Goes for the blue card, yeah. Yeah, I like not going for the red card. Red card obviously wouldn't do much if there was a single combat.
Now that Peps has all his free setups in hand, or had all the free setups in hand, one has been discarded, one is still in hand, he might just juggle with his opponent's mind and just represent setup as many times as he can.
Exactly, that makes a single combat that might come out a bit harder, but okay, Jtamonda says if he has it, he has it. I'm gonna go for this.
And if you are Peps, you need to decide what you want to discard at this point. Or you might not even go for the discard, you just let it through, keep your burn for the face.
I like it. He still goes for the I want this to be finished as soon as possible game plan.
Well, certainly that draw is into his favor. More elusive damage being played, you can draw even more with stress testing, which is been by far, I think, the other MVP of the deck. If the first MVP is Twisted Fate, the other has to be the stress testing, because you can level TF so much faster this way.
Yeah, and he puts respectable damage into Jtamonda's Nexus. At this point, 1 or 2 more turns without Jtamonda playing any heal of the Spirit's Refuge, and Peps might win this. But there's Fiora, and all of a sudden he has to be scared for his units.
You can go for killing the Fiora, your opponent might go for Concerted for single combat, and then even if they have no P5, go for another Get Excited. This Fiora is possibly not allowed to leave, I think.
Yeah, I don't think you want a challenge unit on the board of your opponent, especially if you are playing a bunch of elusives that usually would go through, but not with a challenger unit. I mean, I think we know that Jtamonda does not have another copy of Sharpsight in his hand, right? Because last turn he didn't use it. He could have potentially killed the Zap. He could have even, if he used Sharpsight on the Shen, for example, could have gotten a good trade on this 4/4 Porrot as well.
That aside, let's see if he has something in his toolbox that can deny the kill on the Fiora, or if he thinks that the save for the Fiora is worth it. It seems like he's queuing a spell. Is it worth it? There is a Concerted Strike.
Ooh, okay.
What form will the waters take?
I think this just means that as long as Peps gets to develop more elusives, he probably is going to be fine. Obviously, this River Shaper is going to draw 2 spells now. So the problem here is that even though Jtamonda did not have a Sharpsight last turn, he might have one for the next.
And he has been drawing like crazy with his River Shapers. You might as well put him on one Sharpsight at this point, or some removal at this point, because that Concerted Strike really seemed like desperation on his side. He didn't simply want to take all the elusive damage that he could have taken.
Yeah. But you can go for more elusives here. We see Irritative Improvement. We want to find a Burblefish if possible, because that would just mean we could build an army of Burblefish this turn. Does not find the Burblefish. That feels bad.
You do not find the Burblefish, but you can go for iterative improvements, I think, on the Zap, get another elusive, get more damage, Mystic Shot, and Get Excited might be there to finish the game off. And even if they are not off, the possibility of playing more and more Zap Spray Spins gets you to more Get Excited and more Mystic Shots to end this game.
Can't say no to Fizz.
And there we see the level up. That is quite a dangerous elusive board, if I do say so.
It is basically demanding answers out of Jtamonda. I think you are going for as much damage as possible, you are going for a lot of elusives, and then you demand blockers, or you demand combat tricks like single combat, Concerted Strikes. Judging by how Jtamonda played last game, there was a Concerted Strike played out of desperation. It only means that the top deck might be able to save him.
Ooh, okay, 7 mana available. Do you want hit and round here? I don't think so, because you blocking with this deck just feels really bad. You're gonna lose most of your units. Yeah, he goes for the attack here. And whatever happens, happens. Ooh.
You do say that, but it might be a Spirit's Refuge. That I think is very scary from Jtamonda's side, because all the damage that Pesp has been doing might just not be enough. Let's see if that is the case, or if Jtamonda is actually bricked the Shen Fiora special. Let's see if it's happening, or if not, considering there has been a lot of River Shaper drawing in this game, he might not be so.
Yeah, and obviously here, if you have a sharp side, you do want to block the Fizz, because otherwise you're probably not going to remove him, at least not with a single combat or concerted strike. Those you keep for the Zap Spray Fins in that case. I think optimally here you would have a sharp side, yeah, and a single combat or a concerted strike. What do you see here? Oh, or a Spirit's Refuge, as you mentioned.
That is harsh. You also block the elusives, but you get some healing back. And that might have been one of the considerations. You would have wanted to keep the 2 mana up, because you could have had Mystic Shot and then kill your own unit.
Ooh. That is a clever play, especially because you blocked Fizz and not a 3-3. But we just find another one.
Yeah, but in that situation, you might have thought that Fizz is more reliable in terms of killing, because everything that you throw in terms of spells is just going to get denied by Fizz's natural effect. What does that do? Can you explain us a bit?
So yeah, if you target Fizz, basically what he does is if you play a spell that targets Fizz, if your opponent then plays a spell, Fizz just counters all the spells that target him. So even if your spell targets other units, the whole spell is getting countered. It's not like Spell Shield, where just the negative effect for the one unit goes away, but no, the whole spell goes away.
Yeah, definitely. And now with Jtamonda having the attack token, this can get quite scary, especially if he has the Shen spell. He is speaking so thoroughly, and on 7 mana, I would put him on the Shen spell, or at least some barrier effect, something like Riposte.
The balance has been maintained.
In this specific scenario, you do need to block, because you want to play around the Shen spell, you do want to play around another Riposte, another probably Spirit's Refuge. You cannot let this attack through, and you need to play as safe as possible while taking the least amount of damage and having damage of your own to finish the game. If there is one Relentless Pursuit, I think it's going to be very hard.
Yeah, and in order to finish the game, you do have quite a bunch more elusives, right? You have the Fizz, you can generate another Zap Spray Fin. It's just really unfortunate that you didn't find the Burble Fishes, because, as you mentioned, those are like one of the win conditions of this deck. Those are basically another champion.
It is a very hard block that you need to take into consideration here. You might want to force your opponent into killing this free zap at this point.
Yeah, a sharp side, for example, would be perfect. Not for
it is perfect now, but if we see a sharp side here, he's giving Peps the green light the next turns.
Exactly, I think that is what Peps wants. He wants him to maybe play a sharp side. Ooh, no, that's another Spirit's Refuge.
This is a cheeky Mystic Shot play if I've ever seen one. You just go for the Mystic Shot, you deny the healing, and if your opponent even has single combat or notifies, you have the Get Excited in order to remove that out for them. You want it very much for yourself in order... Oh, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Alright, this is perfect, but I see one problem.
Relentless Pursuit?
Single combat. Or Relentless Pursuit. I see 2 problems now, okay? Okay, I only saw one problem, you saw the other problem, and the 2 of us saw both problems. But no...
Barbo! My good old friend. But this is the solution to all the problems.
True, but it didn't happen, right? Neither single combat nor Relentless Pursuit was found. And so the heal didn't go through. And I think this was the last Spirit's Refuge. He only plays 2.
Yeah, so if there is no single combat, no concerted strike whatsoever from the top deck, this might be the green light that Pest has been waiting all the game. You just go for even more elusives, you just swing for the win, you have Get Excited back up. If there is a chance for you to win the game, this is the one.
Yeah, and you can develop a massive board of elusives now. What is another 1-cost spell? It's not useful anymore, unfortunately.
Well,
there's the surrender. What?
The scoop. 2-0. What a game.
Again. He only wins 2-0. So far, Peps hasn't lost a single game in the entire tournament. What is happening? He is on the roll right now.
I think he has gone Mr. Bear mode because on Asia, Mr. Bear has won all the games to 0. So it means 5 games in the road to 0. Pest is on 3 games to 0. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, he is in the grand final now. And if he also wins that 2-0, I think he is going to be fine for tomorrow. You might as well, if there are any channel point bets on the Riot channel, you might as well already bet on Peps. Yeah, this man is just absolutely insane right now. And we also have a small update. Mo actually won against Panda and is now in the lower bracket semi-final against Iannogueira. And the winner of that match has to go up against the loser of this match, which is going to be Jtamonda, who played well, but unfortunately did not find the right cards there at the end of his River Shaper.
Shenfiora special. Shenfiora special.
The Shenfiora special. But with that, I think we are going to excuse ourselves into a short break. And afterwards, we will be right back with what is to be probably the loser semi. So, see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lightning Horse. And speaking about Lightning, Pes. What a performance. 2-0 every single game. He is performing like a Lightning, going through every single opponent. But that is not going to be the subject of our next games, because the next game we're going to feature is going to be mreMOEtional against Iannogueira. We mentioned this before. mreMOEtional is one of the few players that has brought a full triple aggro lineup, and you can see that he is loving this card aggro a lot, and especially this card aggro as his favorite deck. On the other side, we have Iannogueira, another very competitive player in the tournament scene from Brazil, which his favorite deck is Ezreal Draven.
Yeah, so we have two Ezreal lovers here, and two people who are loving the Noxus plus PNZ archetype. Obviously a bit different because one is a bit faster and one is a bit slower, but both decks can burn you out, so you gotta be careful. Which of those two decks do you think has the advantage in the mirror and the PNZ Noxus mirror?
I think if there is going to be some advantage, it's just slightly, very slightly into S-Draven's favor, because you can stabilize, but you are always on your toes because they can put threats, they push damage, you do not have ways to heal yourself back, so you do need to keep your composure up, remove their units consistently enough, and at some point they are going to run out of gas, but it is very slightly favored for you. I would say it's 50.001 for you.
Okay. So in that case, we might not see those decks banned, but the other deck's also pretty interesting because Mo has a very different lineup from all the lineups we've seen so far. He is going all in on aggression. Obviously, someone who puts Draven Jinx as his favorite deck. Probably likes aggro decks, and he had brought a full aggro lineup, and besides the aforementioned Draven Jinx, he also brought Scouts, which I'm happy about. The Stony Scouts. Stony Suppressor here fills an interesting role. So obviously, with the nerf to Plaza not giving 1 HP anymore, there is a void left in the deck. And Stony Suppressor, weirdly enough, does not give +1 health, but still kind of fills that role. Because he does a similar thing in that he makes removal much harder to play. So before, it was harder to kill the units because they had 1 HP more. And now it's harder to actually play your removal because it costs 1 mana more.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard if you are a Targon list going against this deck, and generally if you are a control list going against this deck, because all your removal tools are going to be more expensive. Meanwhile, he can get to swing every single turn, develop his units, carry units, and the impact of cost is not that much on his spells because he can generally play everything on 3 mana except for the Relentless Pursuit and Riposte. Relentless Pursuit is going to be 4, respectively Riposte is going to be 5. But outside of that, you are quite comfortable playing your spells, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And overall, I love this deck. What can I say? I'm a caster, so I have to love Scouts, right? Not as much as Gems. He is the Scouts master, but I still love my Scouts, okay? They carried me through many master rings. Let's just call it like it is.
If I can say something for sure, is that if you do want to get at masters as fast as possible, just play Scouts. Everyone who has been playing Scouts has been having a lot of success. I think the pinnacle of that is Gems, which plays Scouts every single time, and he just gets there. Finds himself there.
He got rank 1 at the start of the last season, so play Scouts. It's good, but also good, and maybe a bit more unusual, but has found its way back into the tournament meta is Endure. We haven't seen this in so long, and all of a sudden it is back. Now plays the Battle Fury as a tech, and it doesn't really want to play any other Freya cards outside of Battle Fury and they who Endure anymore. I think there was a time where sometimes Sentry was played, Everosen. It completely took that out of the deck. It's just Pesky Spectres, Ravenous Butchers now. It's just a bit more aggressive and has just a bit more finishing power.
And I do think that now you're even more inclined to play Battle Fury because people know that Endure is not an option anymore. You're not playing that more Targon decks anymore. I think 1, maximum 2. So you can abuse that thing. You can ban the only Targon deck from your opponent, or at least one of them, one of the two, and then just get away with it.
Yeah. It's an interesting answer to like a Fizz TF meta, where in Targon doesn't want to play against Fizz TF, so you're not bringing like 2 Targon decks anymore. Because, for example, in the Riot format, you could bring 2 Targon decks, or in the Cardlock format, you could also bring 2 Targon decks, but you might not do it because all of a sudden you're gonna get just killed by something you can't remove. And this makes it so much easier for they who endure, because all of a sudden, silence, and especially Hush, is not that much of a threat anymore if you can just ban the Hush away.
When in doubt, ban it out.
Exactly, and don't we all hate Hush a bit? I mean, I play some pretty stupid decks that are always super reliant on specific champions, and if those get hushed, man, that feels bad.
I don't hate Hush, to be fair. I just hate healing. Everything else is fine.
Everything else is fine. Okay, I mean, yeah, but Target also has a lot of healing and Hush, so, you know, there is a problem. There are actually multiple problems in that case. But we are actually hopping in-game because both players are ready, both players have started, and we are going to see Scouts play the first game.
Alright, so it is 2 aggro decks facing each other. Wait, is it actually an aggro deck from Yan, or is it... Oh, it is Endure against Stony Scouts.
Yep, Endure against Stony Scouts, which is pretty interesting. So 2 aggressive lineups here actually playing against each other. We haven't had a chance to look into both lineups completely, but we mentioned one lineup is playing Ezreal Draven, the other lineup is playing Draven Jinx, and take those decks away, those lineups are looking pretty similar because both playing Scouts and both are playing Endure decks. One difference though in the Scouts deck is that Iannogueira actually is not playing Stony Scouts. He is playing just Ravenous Butcher, Petty Officer, Island Navigator Scouts. And that's pretty interesting because I think if you go up against other aggressive lineups, that is actually better than Stony Scouts. So I think Mo has like an anti-Fizz TF aggro lineup, but Iannogueira, especially with the Draven and the Draven Ezreal deck instead of Draven Jinx, might be running an aggressive.
Glimpse beyond. I think there might be a glimpse beyond in order to make this Bark Beast able to block the free MF, but that also plays into your opponent having the Shard Sight. But you at least force it, you at least demand an answer out of them, which is not bad. You get a Sharp Sight now rather than in a turn where they can choose where they put the Sharp Sight, and more specifically, they can choose to go for little Sharp Sight.
Yeah. And now we will have to see if that happens. Obviously, you also have the option to just go for, I think the Rangers Resolve, but that would leave your MF at 1 HP, which is not good because next turn there might just be removal. I think Iannogueira is playing 2 copies of Unspeakable Horror, so you always have to be aware that that could be a card. Also, you don't want it to be removed by Blighted Caretaker. Let's actually see if he commits it here.
Let's actually see if there is not a spectator bug.
It's probably a spectator bug, so guys, I'm going to switch back to our faces. This probably already happened, but we are going to be right back. Apparently, there are still spectator bugs, even if you try to do anything to avoid them. I'm just going to quickly exit the game and go back in. No harm here. This game probably isn't finished, although it is an aggro matchup, so this game probably looks a lot different when we get back into it.
Well, what do you mean? Do you expect both players being on 2 or 3 HP?
Yes.
Might be a case.
Well, not that heavy, maybe, because it is Endure, which... I mean, among the aggro decks, probably one of the slower decks, but I'm just going to try to get us back into the game here. Whew. Good old Spectator.
Spectator, Cross Shard. There are some issues, but speaking of Cross Shard, I think this is the time for tournament organizers from EU and the NA to shine, because, and Southeast Asia, and every single region, to be fair, even Asia, even though we don't get a grasp of the scene so much, because now they can organize their own tournaments, they can push their own scene in and do something great.
I don't.
Yep. And we are back into game. MF is still alive. This Ravenous Butcher is on the board, and we have Elise and Kalista developed. This, to be honest, looks good for Iannogueira, because if you don't lose the game by turn 7, and you can play your Endure, there's not a lot the Scout deck can do about it. Some Scout decks actually play 1 copy of Concerted Strike, but Mo importantly, doesn't. So I think as soon as an Endure hits the board, it might be game over.
We also do need to mention that Crescent Guardian is in Targon, so that implies there has been an Unspeakable Horror played at least one while we were all away.
We see the sad Poro emote. I think Mo knows that he needs to win the game ASAP, but he has Genevieve into Relentless Pursuit turn available. This looks pretty good because this MF is still alive. She might level. You do need to block a lot of damage here, though.
You do need to block a lot of damage, but you can just block, I think, the Kalista first. You can block the Spiderling and then just go for your own Relentless Pursuit. Not even that, you can block like this, and then you play good old Jenny. It can get a favorable trade into the 5-3, and then that's just fine, because then you can get to swing at other units, try to remove them. MF will eventually level up, probably.
Yeah, I think the only thing you gotta be careful of here is if there is something like we mentioned.
I think you need to be aware of either Unspeakable Horror on the Spiderling, or you need to be aware of Glimpse Beyond being played or anything. There is nothing. This Kalista dies.
Yep, and with Kalista dying, still looks okay for Iannogueira. As I mentioned, he has to get to his Endure, but now that we might see a double Genevieve next turn, it is still looking scary because this MF is going to level in that case. And once the MF is leveled, it's going to be insanely hard for you to block.
Definitely, but one thing we need to mention that is different from last patch is now MF doesn't have the opportunity to go with Overwhelm when she's leveled as well. They took Overwhelm out of the level up, and this seems like a desperate atrocity on the MF. This might suggest that Iannogueira either doesn't have any real answers whatsoever, or he wants to play very carefully because he might have an Endure.
I think this was well played. I think this was his answer, right? If you look at his deck, and your decks don't have removal for MF. This is their removal. And I think this is insanely well played for Iannogueira, and all of a sudden, Mo has nothing on the board. You are getting to turn 7. This looks insanely good for the Endure deck.
Mo doesn't have anything on the board. The question is, does Iannogueira has something to fill the board with? And is that thing an Endure? Oh, it is an Endure. Not that big, but I think 2 hits from that are more than enough in order to finish the game.
It is actually just simply big enough. Okay, so
you can just decide to not block it because you have even more overwhelm damage.
Yep. And if you have a Battle Fury next turn, the game is just over.
Yeah, they do not run combat tricks like single combat or concerted strike, and even if they ran, they don't have much that they can push damage with if they are scouts. Anyway, so one good a second Endure, that does it.
Yeah, that pretty much settles it. I don't think there's anything you can do against that if you are the scouts deck. And as you mentioned, just removing the MF just makes everything so much easier, and just surviving till turn 7 it's just enough for this deck to win against scouts. It's so good against other aggro decks that are board heavy.
Can Mo find somehow little because on his side, because he's definitely trying, he's definitely searching, he doesn't want to give up on this game, and this is the good spirit of competition that we see. People, even though the odds are against them, and even though they draw a Fleet Feather Tracker as their top deck, they are still having hope and are playing for the best they can.
Is this the good spirit of competition, or is this advanced roping? Okay, now we see the atrocity.
Why do you try to be like this? Alright, even if it was advanced roping, Atrocity just takes care of it.
Yep, and that is it. 1-0 so far. Obviously, Mo can make the comeback here. Just needs to win 2 games and it's finished. But Iannogueira only needs to win 1 game. And so far, we don't know the bans. So it's going to be interesting to see what was banned here. At the beginning, we both said, hey, maybe the Noxus cards or the Noxus decks weren't going to be banned. But it looks like Draven Ezreal actually was banned, especially because it has like a pretty good matchup into other aggressive decks, because you can remove and develop at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what is this matchup. It seems like there is a switch of personnel, and now Iannogueira is playing the Scouts deck, and Mo is playing the Endure deck.
Yep. Now we have it 1-0 for Iannogueira so far, and he has a pretty aggressive Scouts list. Way more aggressive than that from Mo. Let's see if the more aggressive Scout list can actually win here. Right now, not a good start for Endure. Way less of a start than Iannogueira had. This looks like a pretty sad hand.
The thing is that you can play Kalista in this turn, and then if you wanna go next turn, you can get Pesky Spectres, you can get your Blighted Caretaker on the board, and then you just level up Kalista.
Yeah, and I like that he took the Bark Beast here, because that means he can actually develop a super scary board next turn.
And these Pesky Spectres are actually, I think, the best tool for slow playing your opponent in an aggro deck, because they are some pressure, but they also are a way for your to pass the priority and tell your opponent, all right, show me what you got, and then I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, and I think Iannogueira does not know what's coming for him. Hey, wait, that's a pretty good roll, though.
If you have one, I get the right to have one. That is what Iannogueira is saying here.
And as you mentioned, it is going to be the level Kalista turn. Get a 3-3 Bark Beast. This is an absolute power turn. And he needs something like this to get back into the game. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Actually, just pulls a couple of good units here. Also, text to Kalista is pretty certain that she's not going to be removed. If we look at Iannogueira's deck, he is playing pretty aggressive. He is only playing Riposte and Sharpside as buffs. So he could still kill Kalista with Sharpside, but he has to invest a card for that.
Yes, and he's going to be left naked with no board after that if he decides to go for full blocks. He goes for a value block with MF. Let's see if there is a Sharpside that is going to be invested in order to kill Kalista. Even if there's going to be one, there is one, as you said. This Kalista dies, but not before leveling, so the next copies of Kalista are going to be leveled already.
Ooh, goes for the full... Is he going for a Rangers? Yeah?
Rangers. That means most of the things get to leave, and on quite comfortable HP. MF is going to leave on 1 HP, and Raven is... Actually, is that enough? No, it is going to die anyways.
Yeah, I like this play though, because the only blocker left on the board for Mo is a 2-1, which can't block anything and deal damage to it, because MF is still alive.
Definitely, but we do see Mo has that Endure, so every single... Ooh, never mind. And that is also a scary 1-drop that you can pull, because now you not only push 1 damage with the level, with the ability of MF, but you also push 1 damage from the Crackshot Corsair as well on the opponent Nexus.
Yeah, and one thing that outside of the 1 drain that Unspeakable Horror provides, this deck does not have is healing, unfortunately. So if you just kill him when they drop the Endure, you might as well win the game. But there is an atrocity, the thing that removed MF in the other game. Unfortunately, here comes a bit too late. Not in the hand to remove the MF right now. And this is looking pretty easy. Oh, you have to be careful how you do this, because this Bark Piece is most certainly going to be a 3-3. Oh wait, it's ephemeral.
Yeah, it's ephemeral. You just use it for blocks. You cannot use it for anything else.
He was still not checking from F because he was afraid of a Glimpse Beyond, right, or Unspeakable Horror. Well, no, Unspeakable Horror is still a card. Maybe he was afraid of Glimpse Beyond, so the 3-3 then could have blocked the MF.
Yeah, I think that was the case. In which case, it was beautifully played by Mo in this scenario. Now you do need to try and fill your board with a bunch of blockers and try to survive as much as you can. But your Kalista, unfortunately, is just summoning a 2-1. And in that scenario, you can just block the 2-1 pretty easily. You do take 5. I think that's not a concern.
Yeah, and I think you're going to have to go for the same play. Oh, that Iannogueira went for, but you can't. He reads it.
Not repost. Is this Relentless Pursuit? No, it's not.
No, but he actually read the play. He removed the MF of Atrocity last turn, and now he's saying, you can't do it, I'm gonna give my MF a barrier. I like this. He's playing around the plays he did the last time.
The skills of a true champion. If you did it, if I did it against you, you might be able to do it against me.
Yeah, and that means something that didn't happen last game is MF is actually leveling, and that is super scary because that is the win condition when it comes to scouts. And all of a sudden, you can't really block anything on the board. This is looking mighty scary.
I think you're blocking with Kalista here and you're going for the trusty play. It's a little bit late for that because MF is already pushing 4 on your face, but you need to go for that. At this point, you don't have a way to go back at it.
Yeah, it looks like it's inevitable. And it looks like that is going to be what he's doing here. If he can somehow survive this turn, he has an Endure that he can throw at his opponent. Yeah, he goes for the play here. Obviously, if there is a repose now, that would be just really sad.
On Jinx it, IceTea? Oh,
Didn't.
right. It is fine. Caster Blessing has worked.
Yeah.
That was no caster cursing. Move along.
Let's go. Mo, you can thank us later. Although there might be a second MF, so, you know, it might not be over.
What the hell, IceTea? We just said Caster Blessing has been working. What are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Mo. Okay, about that. Oh, no. I jinxed
Can
it.
Mo survive? I don't think so. It's free from the MF. It is going to be a lot from the other units. There is no way for Mo to survive, and Iannogueira is going to make his way through to the lower bracket final where there is Jtamonda waiting for him patiently.
Yeah. And when two aggro lineups meet, we see the lineup that is better teched against other aggro lineups just wins. I think overall, not playing Stony, but just playing pure scouts, just really did him a favor here, I think. And he was able to be a bit more aggressive and just got the win here. We didn't see Ezra Draven. That probably got banned because it's also really good against aggressive lineups. But as you mentioned, he is now in the losers finals. And he has to go up against the loser of the winners final, which is going to be pretty interesting because we know Peps is waiting in the final. Jtamonda now has the chance, if he wins, to get again to play against Peps. But he might also just run against his full aggro lineup, and his dreams of revenge are going to be destroyed.
Yeah, and one thing we might need to mention is that this might be an S-Draven versus S-Draven showdown because both players are in fact playing S-Draven.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, if it's not banned, we might actually see it. It would be pretty interesting. Again, we have like a full aggressive lineup, and then we have a bit more mid-range lineup, I would say. And usually, I think the full aggressive lineup has the better chances here, but we have to mention that Jtamonda is not playing Fizz TF, so he's not playing the deck that this full aggressive lineup usually targets. But if Jtamonda can get his revenge against Peps, or if he already loses against Iannogueira, that is something that we will have to see after this short break.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is not going to be that action-paced for a while as you expected. The competitors are on a short break, so we're going to take a short break ourselves of 5 minutes, and after that we're going to come back, go through their decks, and then hop into the game and watch what you all guys want, a friendly smacking between players.
And
or not friendly at all.
Yeah. And if you are thinking, did these two really just end the break to debate us and go into another break? And yes, we did. So see you in 5 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And after many series of 2-0, after 2-0, after 2-0, I think we've only witnessed one game that hasn't gone to 2-0. We are going to go to the lower bracket final, and it's going to be Jtamonda against Iannogueira. Both players, I think, are very well known in the Latin America scene and now get to face one against each other.
Yeah, and there we have both of them. Jtamonda and Iannogueira, and Go Hard and Straven are the favorite decks, and those decks couldn't be any more different. I think there was quite a bunch of Go Hard and Straven the last season, so these decks have met each other multiple times, and I think so far Draven, for example, had the upper hand, but Jtamonda obviously not bringing Go Hard to this tournament.
Yeah, as we said, Go Hard might just be a beta at this point, a deck that might give you the sensation that it performs well, but maybe are playing against lists that are not optimal, maybe are playing against, I don't know, players that are just getting the hang of the game, because I think Go Hard is punishing decks that are not consistent enough. It has that engine. We do need to take that into consideration, but good decks that have a good engine themselves can just Go Hard in this meta.
Yeah, and also something that is really good against decks that maybe have consistency issues is aggression, and that is the theme of the deck list of Iannogueira. We've seen it before. We have also seen Jtamonda before, but this has been a bit longer since we've seen him, right? So just a quick refresher of what he's playing. He also brought the Draven, just like Iannogueira, and he went then in a bit more of a mid-range game plan where he brought Shen Fiora and Aphelios TF instead of going full aggressive with Scouts and Endure. And if you think about it, Shen Fiora and Aphelios TF going up against Scouts and Endure, who do you think you see ahead?
Shen Fiora going up against Scouts and Endure. I think Scouts should definitely be advantaged in that matchup because barrier means nothing to them. They just put an MF on the board. The effect triggers, barriers are not going to do anything. Against Endure, however, it might get a chance because Endure plays very small units. You can prey on them if you have Fiora in the early turns, and then you can win with Fiora and Wincon if you are given that option.
Yeah, and I think one thing we have to mention is that scout list is not Stony Scouts. So I think should that scout list
that list is not stoned.
That list is not
a good one.
Yeah. So once it runs into Aphelios TF, it probably has a bit more problem, right? Stony is really good against Aphelios TF because all of a sudden all the cheap spells cost like more mana, and it's not as easy for them to cheat mana with the temple. But in that case, an Aphelios on 3 combined with a Crescendum into a Boxtopus might just be game over. That might just be a hurdle that Scout never is going to get over, right?
You say that, but if they have enough protection for the Stony Suppressor, like if they have Sharp Sides, if they have the copies of Riposte in their hand, that might become slightly difficult because you keep protecting that Stony Suppressor, and that gives you the edge later in the game because Aphelios is a good draw engine and a good value engine, but if you make his spells cost free after free cost, you are diminishing that value that you can get.
Yeah, the problem is there is no Stony. This is not Stony Scouts. It's just Scouts. It doesn't have Stony Suppressor.
Just go face.
Yeah, just go face. And I think if you just go face and all of a sudden on turn 3 there's a 3-3 and a 3-4 develop, you have a problem.
Yes, they definitely have a problem. And we need to see this matchup going because I think TF Aphelios, when there is no Stony Suppressor, should just prey on the deck. They should stabilize mid-game and then things are going to go south. Yes, if you are Scouts, if you are aggressive Scouts without Stony, you are going to feel very much in control in the early to mid-game. But mid to late game, they stabilize and then you start getting scared. You're getting scared, you are taking rash decisions, nothing good comes out of that.
Yeah, and another thing is, what do you think of the matchup? Now he has to go up against the Targon deck. and that plays Hush, so all of a sudden Endure might not be looking too hot.
Yeah, you just ban Targon decks and your problems are solved.
Okay, so we have the game plan. We ban the Targon deck away from Jtamonda, but what do we ban away from Iannogueira? I think it's probably going to be Ezreal Draven.
Yeah, it probably is. It's the main problem for your lineup and the main problem for specifically one deck, that is Shen Fiora. But what if Jtamonda tries to pull a Pesps one? He just leaves as Draven away and he wins.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, that might be also a thing. If you can win the unfavored matchups, you probably are just winning everything. And here we see the S Draven again, and why it might be so good against, for example, Epheos TF as well, because I think this Cutting Strike is there for a specific card. I think it's there for TF.
Yeah, TF in those scenarios is just for mana, probably a tune for one, and then summon a Cutting Strike in your opponent's hand or a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, he's not gonna survive. And this deck also, we know that it performs pretty well usually against, Shen Fiora, but as we saw last time, that is not guaranteed. And sometimes Shen Fiora can win, and we saw that when Peps actually took the matchup and flipped it on his head, and it just looked favored the whole time. But I think this was more of an outlier, and it was more of the fact that there was no Tri-Beam drawn, so this might be completely different. So, I don't know. I still think you ban it. I still think you don't want to play against this.
We might blame it on the comfort zone as well, because if you are playing the unfavored matchup for so long, or if you've been testing against it, if you feel comfortable and you're like, all right, I know how to win in this specific scenario against this deck that seems to be unfavored, I'm good to go. I'm just let it through. But does Jtamonda feel favored that he can let as Draven through?
Well, we are going to see it pretty soon. You're going to be surprised. Maybe you're not going to be surprised. Maybe you just predicted it, because S-Draven is still here. It's on Jtamonda's side, though. So it might still be banned away from Iannogueira. We don't know that, but at least we get to see one Ezreal Draven game. So you were right in your prediction that we probably won't see the Targon deck. I don't think you want to play against that.
Yeah, healing is cheat. Healing is every time cheat. Crew healing. Moving along, we do see a matchup that should be favored in theory for Jtamonda and his S-Draven deck, because you can remove every single threat, as we mentioned, like you can do against Shen Fiora from them. You queue in Ravenous Flocks, Mystic Shots, get excited. They shouldn't be allowed to develop carefree.
Yeah, and I think we have a spectator bug again. So I'm going to switch back to our faces, because I don't think the players are roping. We are going to be right back into the game, obviously. We know how it feels. We know how it is. Just going to get back into the game by going out of the game, relogging. The whole process still happens sometimes. But seeing the mulligan there, do you think this is a good hand in the matchup? Probably, right? You just have to roll away a couple of cards.
Yeah, I think you just throw away Ravenous Lock and then you're good to go. Ballistic Bot is going to be a very good value engine. Once you keep playing a lot of ignitions, it's going to transform into a pretty good blocker as well. That seems like a great hand for Jtamonda to have.
Yeah, and we are back in Runeterra. That means we are going to be back into the game in just a second. And we will see if that actually happened. Ooh. Okay, I'm getting a preview at the hands right now before we go into game. And, okay.
But not that good.
I see a pretty good hand here for Jtamonda, to be honest. Tri-Beam is an insane card in the matchup because it provides you so much tempo.
Like, in this game, I don't think Iannogueira should have the upper hand any single time in the match. Every single time he's going to play unit, Jtamonda is going to say, nope, that gets removed. He's trying to play, nope, that gets removed. And the other one and the one after. That's the kind of matchup that Ezreal Draven can provide against board-centric decks.
Yeah, we see here the Mystic Shot. Wait, is this? Oh my god. Is it bugged again? I think it's bugged again.
You know what they say, the fourth army is a charm. So We just relog, we just repeat the whole process, and then we're going to be good to go. But judging by those hands, I don't think it is going to be much of a game, more of a slaughter from Jtamonda's side with all the removal that he has drawn. Or who knows? Who knows? Maybe the scouts that can pull it off.
Yeah, once we really get into game, the game might already be over. I think we can like hop in one more time Jtamonda's spectate. But if that doesn't work, we also have Iannogueira on the list, so we can see the scout side of the matchup, which is probably going to look a bit more dire, and it's going to look, I don't know, a bit more doom and gloom. But we are back into the match. Let's see if it holds this time.
Do you have a secret passion watching people suffering? That's why you want to tune in into Iannogueira and his hand?
Oh, no, I don't, and if I prefer not to tune in into the losing hand, and there we see, yeah, just all the cheap removal in the world. I don't know, this looks insane.
If you don't want to tune into the losing hand, just tell them to win. Easy, right?
Yeah. We see this misfortune is surviving the turn, luckily, so we do get another trigger on the misfortune, but she is not going to survive this tri-beam next turn unless there's a barrier.
Yeah, unless there is a barrier, that misfortune shouldn't be able to survive. We have seen the Ranger's Resolve being played. That is going to keep a lot of the pressure going for now in terms of board, and this seems like the chance for Iannogueira to flip this matchup.
Let's see what he draws here, and oh, it's a thermal beam as well. Okay, I think this MF is gonna die this turn. It's gonna be pretty hard to keep her alive because first of all, you need to invest a barrier to keep her alive when the tri-beam comes down, and then not even a sharp side is gonna save her from a 4-mana tri-beam. Thermal beam.
Like you just go for the tri-beam most likely in this scenario, and then you go for the thermal beam, or you just play it patiently, just build towards a bigger tri-beam, a scarier tri-beam. And I do want to see in my life against once again a tri-beam that gets your Captain Farron.
Those tri-beams at 8 are a rarity though, and I think we probably will not see it in a lineup that is going up against a full aggressive lineup. So if you are playing against all-out aggression, I don't think you can afford to put your tri-beam to 8. You probably have to play it before he plays it here. MF is not long for the world. The sharp side is going to be invested though, and we can hover the tri-beam. It's 3, and it pulls a pretty good 3-drop, but okay. The fact that he actually discarded the thermal beam could be his end here. That means he couldn't remove the MF.
Of course he knew he's going to draw another thermal beam, like every single good player we know.
Yeah, but he could have actually drawn MF. He could have actually killed MF last turn, which might be huge because if he can somehow protect MF again on Iannogueira's side, this MF is gonna level.
And nothing good can come out of the MF level up. But what we should emphasize, I think, that wasn't a solitary monk, so it wasn't dire for Jtamonda, so he could just get all the board removed. And all of a sudden, it seems like the matchup is flipped, and Iannogueira seems to be in the driver's seat.
Yep, this looks pretty good for him. Jtamonda is going to develop blockers here, which means, okay, MF is going to level. Fire away.
He can remove the MF, or at least try to. Of course, we do not know what Iannogueira has in his hand, but he can try. He needs to try to remove it. If there is a repost, it's just game over.
I think it's already looking pretty bad, because if he just goes in the attack here, yeah, MF levels, all your blockers are gonna die without getting any damage into their opponent's units. Oof. And every MF from now on is going to be leveled, and as soon as the second MF hits the board, you have no removal in hand anymore. I think the game is just over in that case.
I think every player that has played into their counter has played their games beautifully, put the pressure when they needed to, forced the removal, and that way, as we said, if you force a lot of removal out of them, they're eventually going to run out of it. And then your board is going to still stick, your board is going to look menacing, and you might want to win in that scenario. Is this going to be a relentless pursuit? There is a relentless pursuit. That might mean...
No, it definitely means game over. But why didn't he... I mean, only it's game over, obviously, if there's a second MF. But why didn't he block the MF last turn? Last attack. He blocked, I think, the 2-1. But MF doesn't have overwhelm anymore, right? He could have blocked the MF, if I'm not mistaken. Would have taken less damage, but there was protection anyways. And that is game 1.
Yeah, maybe he thought that this is still old MF that has overwhelm. Maybe he had a little bit of flashbacks from the old days when MF had overwhelm.
Yeah, but I don't think in the end it mattered because there was the protection for the MF. So there would have been another attack and... Whoa, okay. Scouts take this one and now it is going to be Endure. We were right on both sides. In the end, Ezreal Draven was banned away from Iannogueira and Jtamonda now has to win with his Ezreal Draven list against his Endure list.
It is counterintuitive if you think a little bit about it, because all that Jtamonda is going to try to do with S-Draven is remove threats, but on Iannogueira's side, you want your opponent to remove things, because that way your Endure gets bigger and bigger, and unless they have their one copy of Scorched Earth, they are doomed.
Yeah, Draven looks pretty good. Passing here is interesting because that means you can play Draven next turn and then you can play a 3-mana Tribeam that you can also play now to remove the Elise. That means you are stacking up your Tribeam with those thermals. Pretty nice interaction. Those two Dravens also present 2 more stacks on the Tribeam, and maybe you win this game by just having a huge tempo swing with a Tribeam.
And that might be the case, and with Arachnid Sentry being drawn, that might be even more the case, because you might want to go for stopping your opponent from blocking into swinging. I think that scenario is very unlikely because most of the times you are going to use that Arachnid Sentry on the defensive turns.
Come closer.
Now we see another Elise. Has all of them in hand, all these little spiders. Ooh, Captain Farron. That helps in the late game. The only issue is if we get to the late game, Endure is waiting.
Until we get to the late game, that Endure is not going to be big enough, it seems, because there wasn't much blocking on Iannogueira's side, there wasn't much dying on his side, so that Endure is relatively small in this situation. This Arachnid Sentry comes down, and with 1 mana available from your opponent, you can possibly think of only one answer, and that is Ravenous Flock. And if you are Iannogueira, I think you want your Glimpse Beyond in this situation.
Yeah, I think so, and what we see here is that this turn you have available the stun, and then you can obviously use the Ravenous Flock this turn. Your attack is looking okay, the Draven is most likely getting through. Your Spider might be blocked, but you might be fine with that. The question now is, yeah, there is a Ravenous Butcher.
And all of a sudden, Iannogueira comes back on the board and he opens himself to a more aggressive approach. Of course, his Elise is going to get doomed because Ravenous Flock is going to be played, kill her right away. But if he manages to put enough pressure on this board and Jtamonda doesn't have enough removal, that might be the end of it. But this Tribeam is just gonna get stack after stack after stack, and that is going to be due to another draw of some Dredger.
Yeah, also there's another Draven hand. Do you even play some Dredger this turn, or do you just Draven this out? You can obviously play another Draven this turn. Is a Draven spell here a card you want to consider?
This is gonna hurt.
I think if he blocks with the Draven, that means he is not considering the Draven.
I think there is no reason to play the Draven spell, because that loses to a simple Glimpse Beyond, and then you wasted 3 mana for 2 and you gave your opponent the opportunity to draw. What you can do is just accept this favorable trade and then redeploy another Draven.
Deploy the Dravens. Oh, wait, no, he uses it proactively. Just wants to get rid of the board. Does not want to take the 3 damage here. Obviously, the more damage you take, you don't have any heal in the deck, the easier it becomes for an Endure to kill you. He sees it and he just wants none of that, but that leaves him open to the play you just mentioned. If there's a glimpse beyond, this is just value for Iannogueira.
Right, let's see. Iannogueira is very considerate about this second move. Let's hope it is not actually the bug. It is not a bug. Oh, that's a Battle Fury. Even better.
Okay, that is a lot of damage. Oh my god.
Just slept from our minds because there was 8 mana available. That meant that, as you have seen, Battle Fury was very much an option, and this can mean that an atrocity might end the game.
Oh my god, if I'm looking at the deck, there's only one Get Excited in the Ezreal Draven deck. So yes, it totally makes sense that you would do this, because if there's only one Get Excited, you don't really have to care about it.
Alright, this doesn't seem like something you do want to see your opponent. No, he's not going for an atrocity. I just had my hopes up when I saw the spell. But what else can happen here? There might be... What can there be here? Maybe a Doom Beast. There is a Doom Beast that is ephemeral. There is another one, so Unspeakable Horror is technically lethal if Iannogueira has one copy of it.
Let's see if he does. Ezreal is a pretty nice card here because obviously in the end you can always get the Ezreal lethal. It's looking pretty doomed though because you don't really have...
You cannot even attack.
Yeah. Your opponent is still 18 HP. Now that Ezreal got nerfed, and as long as you don't target a unit or you only deals 1 damage to the opponent's Nexus, the Ezreal lethal is way harder to do, especially from 18 HP. Oh no, that's the Unspeakable. Okay.
That's game over. You just know your opponent has Doom Beast. There is no way around.
Wait, is this another 2-0? What are we doing here? Okay.
Competitors really seem to enjoy speedrunning this event. They just go 2-0 after 2-0. Alright, if that's the plan, we're going to follow through.
Yeah. So guys, if you want to have fast games, just call us. Call us to cast your games. We can't guarantee that you will win, but the games are going to be fast at least.
Yeah, no matter what, you're going to know the outcome faster than the other casters.
Yeah, and wait, what is happening? I thought, okay, we started the tournament at 7 p.m. I thought, okay, this might go on for really long. We might be finished at like 4 a.m. It's not even 11 p.m. at this point. The players have just absolutely been speedrunning through this. I can't conceive what's happening here, but
I think this is the Brazil effect, or the Latin America effect. The Latin American players are very well known for playing aggressive decks that finish things fast. So this is a Latin American tournament, so therefore it needs to finish fast.
I like it. But do you know who so far has been speedrunning it to the winners bracket? That's right. Not a player from the Americas, but EU's very own Pespscola, who now is in the finals, and unfortunately, Jtamonda does not get his revenge. I think this just means Iannogueira is gonna go into the winners, into the grand finals, and for the first time, we will see the matchup between Iannogueira and Pespscola. This is a matchup we haven't seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we mentioned that Mr. Bear has gone 10-0, like every round 1-2-0, and maybe Pesps after... Maybe he goes for the win and then he plays the other game just so he can go 10-0. Like practice for the EU seasonal.
I mean, he went 5-0 just last weekend in the Swiss rounds. Now he just completely stomps through this tournament. I think the day before the seasonal Swiss phase, he also got 2nd place in a tournament, right?
Yeah, he got 2nd place in Brazil Open Series as well. I think Pat has won that tournament.
Wasn't it Sorry?
No, it was Pat's.
Okay, then I remember. But I thought it was, in my head, I thought that the day before the seasonal, Peps got 2nd and Sorry got 1st, but I might have gotten that wrong. Anyways, to see who gets 1st in this tournament.
Oh wait, yeah, he got 1st. Yeah. I do remember now. It is another tournament. There's a lot of tournaments that Pesps is stopping. It's very hard to keep track of it.
Yeah, okay, so my memory was right, and in my memory, Peps is already waiting in the finals, so he is going to be playing against Iannogueira, who just won his match and is also on a roll right now. Has a full aggressive lineup, a lineup that so far is untested against Pep's lineup, so it's going to be super interesting to see if Pep's lineup can also prevail against something that just wants to go forward, just wants to go face, but we are going to see that after a short break.
See ya. Welcome back, guys, to the Lightning Horse, and Lightning has been all over the place. This tournament has just been speedrun, if you're asking us. We were expecting for way more hours of casting. The all players knew what they were in for. They just played to their house, they played optimally, and that led to a very fast tournament. And now we're glad to present you the grand final after a very easy winners bracket for Pespscola, in which he has 2-0'd absolutely everyone. Now he's going to face against Iannogueira, which, to our knowledge, whenever we have seen him, he has gone 2-0.
Yeah, both players. So Iannogueira obviously had to have lost at one point in the tournament to end up in the lower bracket, but so far we've seen him beasting through the lower bracket, and we've seen the same from Pespscola in the upper bracket, both just 2-0 machines. But what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? That is the question we are asking in today's final. Iannogueira versus Pespscola. Here are both players again. And it couldn't be more different, right? We have like S-Karma versus Ezreal Draven, both Ezreal decks, but one is like a bit more burn heavy, the other one is like very control combo heavy. Those two players couldn't be any different.
It's fine. I think both players know to play as Karma, respectively as Draven, from their opponents pretty well as well. As far as Pep goes, I think he can play both, because I usually take advice from him when it comes to those decks. But I wouldn't say Iannogueira is not experienced with Fast Karma as well. It has been a deck that has been flourishing when it was available. Now, not that interesting. I think it's only Katasus that's playing that shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we've seen him play it in tournaments. He still performed pretty good on the deck, to be honest, even though it's really not that good anymore. And yeah, both players also can speak Portuguese, obviously, because Brazil and Portugal. Who knows, right? But yeah, this is going to be the matchup we are going to go into, and it's going to be super interesting. And, Gareth, lineup obviously super aggressive. He plays the Scouts, he plays the Ezreal Draven, and he plays the Endure. But now he has to go up against Peps, a lineup that he so far hasn't played up against. And, we already have the bans. So Scouts are banned from Iannogueira, so we won't see that. And unfortunately, I wanted to make the 5-head prediction that we probably see Zoe Aphelios banned, because that deck has A, Hush, and B, the ability to get on the board immediately with multiple units. That also got banned. So for the first time in the tournament, Pep's actually not allowed to play Zoe Aphelios.
Yeah. Will that going to be a problem for him? Is the other two decks that he has in his arsenal, respectively, I think Fiora, Ashen, and FistTF going to manage to pull through? I think at least FistTF has that potential to pull through everything. You just put a deck in front of them and they break through it. They just obliterate it.
Yeah, and I think we gotta take a look at the deck. And I know that sounds weird, because it's a deck that you've seen so many times on ladder in the last month, but we haven't seen it that much in this tournament, to be honest. So here is it. FistTF. Obviously, Burblefish just can create immediately from like 0 to 100 lethal. TF can level also in just a single turn if he wants to. This deck is in powerhouse, and it just has super explosive turns.
I mean, you're calling it FistTF. I am calling it, all right, you just need to win with the other deck in your lineup.
Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. But it might be true. It is going up against a pretty aggressive lineup, and usually that is kind of a counter to FistTF, because, yeah, they have explosive turns, but they can't be explosive right from the get-go. And so if you can get them in the turn 5 or 6 with Scouts, you just win the game.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Scouts has been banned, so that is not going to be the option. And I think if we can compare two decks in the regard of how much time they need for threats available, maybe these are very similar, because they need quite a lot of time until their big threats are going to become available. After turn 6-7, you can say they are able to finish the game off. And I think going into that feast, TF should just be unfavored because you don't block the units that they put on the board. You just go with your own elusives, mark them, and just win.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. Both players, I don't think are in the game yet, but even though we have the bans, that means we have a bit more time to talk about those two lineups and about those two players. I mean, let's be real here. I know who you want to win. It's Peps, right? I want Peps to win, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Iannogueira. You are a cool player, but yeah, I gotta root for the EU player. I got to.
He's our EU boy.
Yeah, he's our EU boy. We have to root for him. So we know who we want to win, but who do you think is gonna win?
Why are you asking me this?
Because I wanna create some friction here. You know, I want some drama. I want the juice.
So, objectively speaking, calculating the mass of the Earth and the rotation of the Sun, yeah, it's gonna be Pesps.
Okay. Well, we are gonna see if that is really gonna happen because we are about to go in game.
All right, and this is something that Pesps has seen before, right? Pesps has seen before this matchup, and he thinks he is really comfortable into S-Draven. Let's see if he can manage to pull things through like he did last time against S-Draven, and beautifully.
Yeah, Nopify is probably good cards early on, just to Nopify a cheap removal. But, okay, Iannogueira going on the board, strong. Already putting 3 damage into his face, but there's a Fiora and she can start removing those little spiders and can get threatening really quick.
I think we found the glitch in the system. I think Iannogueira is a worthy opponent because he might be the first that had the camera against Pesps.
Yeah.
I think. The live camera.
That is true. Look at this beautiful overlay though that the guys did. Wow. It's one of the first times we are able to see it because it's one of the first times we have both cameras. But this is looking good, right?
Yeah, this is looking awesome. I don't think we could make full use of the capabilities of the overlay because every single game we've been casting has been 2-0.
That's true. I hope we don't bless/curse this, but yeah, again, the Lightning Horse made beautiful overlays here, we have to say. Or in general, just really beautiful cards for the whole tournament. And I think we have the caster bug again. Either that or Peps is really thinking about it. It looks like he is really thinking about it. That's why I don't know if it's going to be a bug or not. But if this stops here, I'm just going to relog.
Yeah, it is. It
is a bug.
I mean, Pesp was thinking, but he wasn't thinking on his turn. So yeah, he wasn't thinking about passing or something.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the final, you do want to think through every move, but not that much. And yeah, so we are gonna hop back into game shortly. Just gotta relog into the spectator, no problemo. It's gonna be right back into the game.
In just 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Probably before the game ends, even though this tournament has been going pretty fast.
Yeah, that is true. And okay, the one perk of doing production and casting at the same time is that you know exactly when we are going back to the game. That is now.
You're covered.
One day I will know that thing as well, but until then I will leave it to you, my faithful helper and the German gold kid. That is IceTea.
Wait, that's a pretty good hand for Peps right now, right? He has the barrier on the Fiora. He has a sharp side to protect. He has single combat and Nopify available this turn.
And Iannogueira wants to play a spell. I would say there might be a Mystic Shot. No, it's the Tribeam. What is he expecting to accomplish by that? He just wants maybe to not give this Fiora the opportunity to go single combat into the 4-3 or even go with single combat into the 1-1 because it would be damaged and Ravenous Rock might have been a thing.
Yeah, and this obviously, I think it's a free drop. Yeah, you usually don't see this in the game. This is a card that you only see A, when you're playing expeditions, or B, when you are playing against someone that is playing Tri-Beam, but Peps has a pretty good option here. Do you notify this, or do you play the same combat? He wants to notify this. He thinks this Fiora can provide an additional point of pressure against Iannogueira, because he really does not want his Fiora to level. After all, it doesn't always happen, but it's still an alternative win condition.
And judging by how Pesp has laid down these units, it is... Oh, that's a top decked Ravenous Flock. So now you do let the Fiora die, but you can still develop. You still have Laurent in order to get even more value. You do see a full swing, you can just block the 4-3, take the value trade. The 2-4 is not going to get buffed because you do not have any other ephemerals, I think. And I think that is how that card works.
Yep. That means there is no Thermal Beam available that can kill the Cyphria. So well played, patiently played here. And there are only 3 cards left in Iannogueira's hand. And we don't see a Jump Bomb on board. We don't see a copy of Ballistic Bot on board. So there are no good discard targets right now. So this might become really awkward for Iannogueira.
And what's really interesting is once you play this Laurent Chevalier, you are going to be able to remove the 2-4 and still keep your 3-2 alive because C3 is going to buff it. Never mind, there is going to be a Thermal Beam. And do you go for Sharp Sight single combat? You do go for Sharp Sight. Do you go for single combat? No, you do not need to go that route because your 3-2 is not... Now a 5-4 is not going to die.
Yeah, also you can't. You don't have enough mana. So even if you would have tried, wouldn't have happened. Another Ravenous
Flock.
Okay.
That denies all the value that the Laurent Chevalier would have brought, but you still have a 6-6 on your board that can block. The only problem is your opponent has a 5-4 that is unable to block, but is unable to attack.
Yeah, but then again, looking at Iannogueira's hand, it's just 2 cards.
This is going to be double single combat, even triple single combat. Imagine, triple single combat, Iannogueira develops 4 units and they all get wiped.
I don't think you have to go that far, and you block one, and you probably kill the Ezreal as well. I think you're kind of lucky that there was no Farron in hand, because a Farron on 8 at that point in the game, where you only have the Cyphria on board, might be really scary. Actually plays a concerted strike instead of the single combat.
I'm really thinking if he was playing around Scorched Earth, or if he's thinking about... Well, now he can definitely play around Scorched Earth because he can go single combats into single combats. His opponent now has some blockers, but in the previous situation there would have been no blocker and Citria would have connected River Shaper there to draw you more spells. Not necessarily what you want, but it trims your deck and that way you can get closer to your units.
Yeah, it was almost a perfect card, because if there hadn't been this Tri-Beam, there was actually no blocker for this River Shaper if he would have attacked to go with the Cyphria. But here draws another spell and gets...
And that is, I think, Traferen Glory Seeker. All right.
Yep, it is. It is Traferen Glory Seeker. That is scary. This is probably one of the highest attack units, if not the highest attack unit you can get out of a 2-drop. So, Iannogueira getting good rolls here. Oh, Fiora.
Is this Fiora going to be able to do anything? She
might
might be able to kill the Ezreal.
Yeah, she can definitely single combat this Ezreal.
Was there any consideration to go for the attack of C3 last turn? Maybe you're playing around Get Excited, but your opponent was only on 1 card. Your C3 would have survived. You already seen 3 Ravenous Flocks. Who knows? But now you get the option to remove all the threats if you want.
Yeah, you can even use the Concerted Strike here to remove this 5-4. But it's a bit scary, because if there is a spell that targets this, Ezreal could have leveled and the Fiora wouldn't have removed him. So Peps does not go for this. And he is going to be hit by this 5-4 that can't block next turn though. So if Peps finds another River Shaper, this might still be looking okay.
The problem is he's on 5, so Get Excited Mystic Shot might be the doom of him.
Yeah.
Or just Farron. Ferran on the board means, I think, guaranteed a lethal unless Peps draws another unit. Spirit's Refuge just in the nick of time.
Yeah, it's just a perfect draw here. And I think Peps is super happy about this. Next turn, if this 5-4 attacks, he can just, yeah, put on the Spirit's Refuge. Oh, some Dredger is good though. Gets to cycle a card, gets to cycle a Thermo Beam. To be honest, at this point in the game, Thermo Beam is an awful card because it's just too expensive. And that is the third Ezreal.
I think you can skip blocking and then you go for... Alright, you even have the way to deal with Ezreal because you play Sharpsight and then you probably play your Spirit's Refuge. You come back from this situation and what a fiesta has been this game.
Yeah, the only scary part about this now is that you might have to invest a single combat. I think he played this in the correct way because if there's a Scorched Earth, this is still super scary, so you always want to block the 5-4 here. Is that a Scorched Earth though?
It might be... What can it be though? Like, you cannot remove your own units. Mystic Shot doesn't do it. Oh, Mystic Shot does it in the sense that it can remove the 6-3. But at the same time, you can go for single combat, get maximum value out of your Citria, and now you're both in top deck mode.
Both in top
deck mode. The only
mode.
difference is Pesps is on full HP probably.
Yep. And that was the last of the Ezreals. He's gone now, not a threat anymore. And top deck mode is enabled. So, we have Farron on one side, we have Brightly Formation on the other side. What's going to happen first? That's the question. That is a Brightly Protector, not a Formation. That's a jump one. That is really good at this point. If you find a Rummage now, you do actually get quite a bunch more cards. You can see both players in the camps, by the way. They are just super concentrated. They do not want to lose this game.
Is this going to be the Fiora Wincon being available to Pesps now? Because you cannot attack with the 2-2 and the 1-1.
Yeah.
You cannot attack with the 4-3 as well, because it's just going to get jump blocked by the 3-2. And what are you left with? You are just going to die a painful death. Unless there is Captain Ferran, which is fairly not going to do much in this situation.
And I think you can see it in the expression of both players. Iannogueira just looking at the cam. Babs was actually leaning back for a second there. I was like, okay, I have a way to win this game now. And Iannogueira just really hoping to finally find that Farron.
And what is Yan having in his hand? Does he have some removal? Is it why this is a very sweaty play? Because he might very well have get excited and that way he can remove. There's the Farron. Ouch.
He has the Farron, he top decked it, and there's no way for Peps to actually remove this at this point. No concerted strike. Nothing.
Yes, nothing. Thank you, What Am I, for the raid and a pretty good big one as well. But let's get back to the game. This is going to be very sweaty for Peps because I think he only has one more round until things go south.
Yep, exactly. This is gonna be scary at this point. In top deck mode, your opponent top decks is in win condition and you aren't. Oh no.
A second Farron. That is
God.
Straight up bullshit. Alright. This is quite abnormal for your opponent to draw both their Captain Farrons. You had a way to win. You are still pretty much alive. You can play your sharp side. And what are your hopes here to win the game? How can you win this game? Brightly Formation, is that going to be enough? There's 4 decimates that are coming your face.
I don't think it's gonna be enough even with the formation. Maybe if you find the formation, you can't even find the Fiora win condition at this point.
You might want to try to find the... Oh, never mind. He just gone for the scoop. And this is the first game that Pesps actually loses in this whole series. He found a worthy enemy. Not that the others weren't worthy, but now there's someone that could have won against him. And things are getting interesting.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is the first loss of Peps in the whole tournament. But it is keeping up the tradition of Iannogueira just being super aggressive and winning this, but he has to go with his, I think, Endureless now up against what looks to be, again, Shen Fiora. What do you think of that matchup?
I think we've encountered this situation before, and we talked about how Shen Fiora, if they do have units.
Yeah.
This is we're back at building that complex, guys. We're building a complex of buildings.
Yep. It's bricking
these are all
again.
bricks. All right, seems like we're starting to play turn 6.
Yep. Perhaps just decided that besides maybe winning tournaments, he also wants to go into real estate. And as you just mentioned, he built his first apartment complex now, but he finally found a unit, and it is a river shaper.
Yeah, we just need to wait a bit for Peps, and if we're going to go into the Fiora draw, it's going to be so much more harder for our opponent to get their plan going, because you simply just remove every single unit they have. You go, I think, with the sharp sight in this situation. That's why you did this trade, and you do want to remove the Kalista out of the way. Your opponent is going to hit you 4/4 next turn at least, unless they want to go greedy, they want to develop. But there is also the threat of Blighted Caretaker at this point. Maybe that's why the opponent played the Kalista. There is the Blighted Caretaker, and that is a lot of damage going into Pep's face. And can he come back at this point? Not really with the hand he is currently presented with.
But that is no problem, because for Peps, that means, yes, he loses 2-0, and Iannogueira just keeps winning 2-0, but since this is double elimination and Peps comes from the winner's side of the bracket, that means he obviously has one more chance after this, and there is going to be a bracket reset, where both players have to play another best of 3, and that might go into the other direction. But yes, as you mentioned right now, Iannogueira looking pretty good.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Lift the Stalking Shadows.
Wow. I mean, if Peps is not drawing units, at least there is something that has to happen to Iannogueira. At least one tiny bad thing.
I do have a curiosity. Can you see what emotes players have if you click on the emote button and when you're spectating them? Let's see. Can you see Pesp's emotes?
I can't.
Or can you not?
I can't.
Oh, that's sad.
I'm clicking on it right now. It's important after all. But he finally finds the Fiora. Is the Fiora win condition still something that is going to be a possibility? I don't think so. I mean, he can try to heal up at this point. He can actually heal out of lethal range.
Can heal out of lethal range, and if there is no answer from Iannogueira at burst speed, and I don't think there is a situation where Iannogueira has a way at burst speed, there is no P5 mana, and that is the final kill for Iannogueira, and he takes the win in the first round of the winners of the grand final. Now the bracket is reset, and either Peps or Iannogueira needs to win again.
Yeah. And if any of you that just joined from What Am I are thinking, hey, this is the final, this is going pretty fast. Guys, we've already been playing like 5 rounds of the tournament, and we started 4 hours ago. So this tournament is going at light speed.
I think that's why they chose the name the Lightning Horse.
Probably they had to. This was probably the reason. Do you think that the second best of 3 is going to play out the same way? Because so far, both players either have won 2-0 or lost 0-2. So I think maybe it just goes into the other direction.
I think that might be on me a bit, because I said maybe Pes wants to play 5 games, get into the preparation mood. His decks are helping him in that regard, but I would love to see Pes actually winning his favorable matchups, especially because that Fiora Shen was brick after brick after brick. That is something that usually happens to the decks, but when you draw their powerful cards, respectively, Fiora and Shen, because that's why the deck is named Fiora Shen, you're virtually unstoppable, I think.
Yeah, probably. As you mentioned, there's going to be a bracket reset. Would you go for a different ban at this point? Because the scouts are still looking super scary if you have to go up against them with Pep's lineup. You definitely don't want to play your Fist TF and just straight up run into Stony Scouts, right? Oh no. But there
He's
is
not
one
playing
thing.
Stony. He's not playing Stony. He's playing straight up scouts, like normal
Exactly.
version, Migo face. Even with that, I don't think you need to overthink things much. I think that is the thinking you need to go with in this last game, no matter which player you are. All right, that those might have been bad draws for me. Those might be the thinking, the thoughts that are currently in Pepsi's mind, but at the same time, Iannogueira might think, all right, this is working pretty well. I might keep the momentum.
Yeah, and we are going back into game with the bracket reset. And what is happening to Iannogueira's cam? The guy is straight up in the Matrix right now.
Is that I think that is Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk? Okay. He is definitely hacking this game. So perhaps be careful.
Nothing like the stink of blood and sweat.
That seems like he has what he needs in this situation. He has a fizz on turn 1. He can even decide to block with this, and then he can go for the ballistic bot, which is going to be one available blocker against other things once he manages to grow his attack a little bit, and 2, he's going to provide unconditional value until it gets removed, make the bubble fishes cheaper, make the win condition with mind melt also of higher possibility.
Okay, and Iannogueira is back, and I am also back with news. Okay, as we mentioned, Peps might want to do something different this game, and that he did. He actually banned Ezreal Draven this time. Iannogueira stayed with his Atheos ban. He does not want to play against a deck that can build an entire board in just a single turn. So that makes sense. But perhaps thinking to himself, hey, maybe I'm okay against the scouts if they don't run Stony, and I definitely do not want to play against Ezreal Draven again.
At this point, this is also good practice, because at some point you might want to know what you need to ban if you encounter such a lineup in the EU seasonal as well. So this is also good practice.
Yeah, most definitely. After all, perhaps tomorrow is playing in the EU seasonal, and he probably doesn't need that much practice, but more practice is always good, especially if you have aspirations to win the whole thing.
Yeah, not to mention that Iannogueira is another player that is playing in the seasonal, but in the NA seasonal this time.
Yeah, so we have 2 really strong players, and I think you know this bug. We encountered it before when we both casted the tournament. TF all of a sudden turns into a spell.
Yeah, now from TF being a red card with a body, it is going to be a blue card with a body, but not even a body anymore. It's just the effect.
Yeah.
Don't panic, don't worry. It's a TF on the board. I know you might think it's in hand. It's happy, it's safe. No TF has been harmed during the process of this game.
And there we see pick a card is used. I think I'm going to swap back to us for a second just to fix this, just to reload into the spectator. So we are going to hop into game right after I fix this.
I wanted to see how TF levels in hand.
Yeah, but no.
Okay.
I kind of don't want to see that because it probably looks really messy. And
all right, let's provide actually quality content and good content. Let's fix this one up and then get back to the game.
Good thinking. Yeah, we are about to hop back into the game between FizzTF and Scouts, between Pespscola and Iannogueira. And so far, Iannogueira is about to actually make the bracket reset, make the win back-to-back best of threes. Let's see if Peps can stop him and actually win this whole thing.
Yeah, and this bug occurring is just testament that FizzTF is broken. It's broken against everyone, and it's also broken in the terms of it's breaking the game.
Well, I mean, this is not the first bug and the only bug that FizzTF has. I still remember that sometimes your game crashed when Fizz leveled, so it's not the worst of the FizzTF bugs.
People were joking in the community that FizzTF doesn't need fixing. They already fixed it. They already nerfed it with the bugs.
Maybe that is the case. Right now, I am unfortunately not getting into the spectator, which might be a problem. But no, I'm getting in. Thank you, Runeterra, for allowing us to spectate this absolute banger of a matchup. I hope it's not over yet. Oh no, okay, it's not over, but I see a ton of cards, which might be because before we went out of the spectator, Peps, I think, tried to pick a card, and that just resolved.
And TF is leveled. And a lot of things are going to go south at that point. You do have the TF that is dying, but at the same time, 3 purple fishes. 3 purple fishes. Discounts all over the place. Damage, carnage, everything. And the suit up to top it off. That is going to look interesting coming next turns, especially because that suit up can be used on the 1/1s to get even more damage.
Yeah, and the good thing about TF is that even if he dies here, the hardest part is over, right? You leveled him. You've drawn the 8 cards. Now you just need to draw another TF, and all of a sudden he's going to be a threat again. But oh, these cards get excited.
Maybe that was the reason that you might have wanted to play another card there. Maybe copy a Fizz, maybe copy one of the Zaps. Fizz is still leveled, and Pesp might think, alright, I have everything in the back. I do not need to draw any more cards. But get excited? Going to face might have been a game finisher.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
see if Jan is going to be on free and Pesp not having enough to finish the game.
I think that would feel incredibly sad for Peps, but the good thing is he can go in here. Obviously, there are sharp sides in the deck of Iannogueira, but he has to sacrifice his 2/1 or has to at least get some damage on his MF to be able to block here.
Yeah, and even if this MF is getting to block here, your opponent is going to be able to have the blocks next turn. Even if MF is going to be able to deal 1 damage to things, you are still going to be able to kill.
Now, what is he thinking here? Maybe he is actually not thinking about playing a sharp side, but playing a repose, and whether he wants to put it on the 2/1 on the MF. No, it's an MF Make-A Drain, and it hits not perfectly, but pretty good.
Oh, I think he was scared that there might be a spell in Pep's hand. Maybe if there was a Poro Cannon, this Fizz might have canceled the spell. But it's looking pretty great for Peps in this point, and I think he should have everything in order to finish the game. Oh, that was drawn unfortunately a bit too late.
Yeah, that could have cancelled the spell because the spell was targeting Fizz, which is the scary part. It's one of the few AoEs that actually targets units, so you always want to be careful of that, but it gets it here, and that might be a deciding factor in the game. Has to put in the damage now, though, because next turn, Lethal is presented on Pep's side.
And you do need to also keep in mind that Peps has a lot of elusives in his hand. He has all these Poros, he has Zap Spray Fin even, and he can keep chump blocking forever. You can even get rid of this ballistic bot at this point.
Ooh, but once you remove the MF in case he doesn't get lethal next turn.
And that is actually pretty smart. He gets riposted out of the way. He could have gotten any spell out of the way, but that forces his opponent to play something and not just let this MF die, because this MF needs to level. I think it is the only win con at this point for Iannogueira, but this is a lot of damage coming in for Peps next turn. Can Iannogueira survive?
That's a good question. Oh, I don't think so. I think the Get Excited seals it. Because you are always going to get 3 elusive damage through, even if there are 2 sharp sides. So I think this is just
Get
game.
Excited, it's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
It's 100% over. There's no heal in this deck. Oh yeah, a Mind Melt. We forgot about that. Mind Melt is also a card.
And this is not even BM. This is not even BM. Wait. Shan spell? How did that happen? I think it was a 1-drop from the petty officer that generated the Shan spell. Yeah, it was the Mage Seeker Conservator. But that means Pesps is 1 up, and we have seen these players throughout the tournament. It's either one takes it all or the other takes it all. And so far, it seems like in this round, Pesps is really highly favored. And he switched the bans. Fortunately for him, now he's 1 up.
Yep. So far, it's only been 2 hours. And a Scout against Fiora Shen is an interesting matchup, because this is, again, a matchup where if Fiora Shen gets to play their curve, they have a pretty easy game, I think. It's just, again, they can break, and MF is really annoying to deal with, because on the attack, she's going to pop all your barriers.
Yeah. Let's see if somehow Pest manages to draw his early curve. Now this looks slightly better. Now we don't have only spells. You have a Fiora. Fiora can challenge some things. River Shaper to trim your deck even more, get you to units. This looks better than the other tragic game, I think, with Shen Fiora.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Is this the first 2-1 we will see? It's a good question so far. I think this game looks pretty even though obviously Peps hasn't developed anything on the board. It's going to be pretty easy once the Fiora is on the board because of those 2 sharp sides.
Yeah, Fiora double sharp side, that is a way to be in the game. You do need to keep in mind that your opponent is running repos. It's only 2 copies, but there are still a response to your threats, something like Fiora that tries to clear the board. If this Fiora is able to kill by one every single unit, she has high chances to finish this game off. And now you can go for probably an attack because you have sharp side backup. You don't go for it, you are comfortable just taking the pass from the deck, from the opponent.
Ooh, there's MF. There is the scary card in this matchup.
I've got your back.
Plays the Brightside Protector here. Not only because he can protect Fiora here from 1 damage, and makes
Is this going to be repost or sharp side? This looks like it because he's trying to actively kill the Fiora, so it has to be a buff spell.
Yeah, but also if he plays it like this, he can pull it with the other 2-1 and kill it by just having the MF trigger damage it for 1 damage again, right? You don't have to actually commit anything here.
So far, this Fiora is going to live at least for 1 turn.
Yeah, he still does have to use a sharp side though to protect her, because this Fleet Feather Tracker is looking at Fioran's, looking at his next meal basically. He also can't attack with the MF, so I think the Brightside Protector here pulling a lot for Pespscola in the matchup.
What is that spell? What is that spell? Another Blinding Assault.
Okay.
That at least eliminates some options from your opponent, because now we can protect your Fiora better and know that she's going to survive and going to level. Is that the plan that we're going to go for?
Well, you need double sharp side to protect the Fiora, right? And at that point, if your opponent just has 1 sharp side, you probably lose the game because you invest so much into Fiora.
And let's see, it seems like Pesp is a strong believer into that Fiora, and he thinks that that Fiora can get the win. Oh no, the counter sharp side, that is very awful.
Well, at least he has a way to remove the MF next turn, because he has a Ron. And maybe if there is no protection on Iannogueira's side, because he just had to play the sharp side, he can actually kill this MF.
Alright, let's see if he's going to succeed. There have been some protection spells being played by both players. Let's see if Ian... Oh no.
Yeah,
that is not what you want.
It's definitely not what you want. If there's a scout unit now on the side of Iannogueira, I think this game looks pretty over.
Dragon, on the other hand, does look juicy in this situation because it can stop a lot of attacks. It might enable some good trades for Iannogueira because he has enough on the... Oh, he jinxed it.
There's a scout unit. That is a problem because this MF is going to level this turn. We don't have Sitting in Combat available. We don't have Conservative Strike available.
But what we do have available is River Shapers that can draw us into cards. I think you can draw with River Shaper at this point and try to draw into something. It is also Laurent Chevalier that gives you some value if you decide to block, because it's going to generate another card. But do you want to block with that? Or I think you just want to block with one of them.
Yeah.
And keep blockers for the next one. Take the trade on the 1/1. Take a spell.
Is there a world where you just have to go through, and if Iannogueira makes the mistake of attacking with MF, you can survive and just deny the MF trigger?
At this point, this seems like the way we're going to see things here, because otherwise you just die. Scouts are ruthless.
Might be Peps's only hope here. Yep.
There might be an issue though. And I do not want to think about it, but there might be an issue that can still represent lethal.
I think there are multiple issues that
There
can
are
say
a lot
represent
of
evil.
issues, yeah. There are a lot of issues. Never mind. Never mind.
This is just and you see Iannogueira, he just lights up a cigarette. He's like, this game is over.
But that leaves him with the last deck, and that is going to be Endure going up against Fiora Shen. And if I remember correctly, we said that this matchup is pretty favored for the Fiora Shen if they draw their Fiora early. But this game is over, and it is going to be 1-1 after the bracket reset. Iannogueira against Peps, these two players that are going to be featured tomorrow in the E seasonal, respectively in the NA seasonal, are going head to head in the final clash.
Yeah, well, this looks insane. I mean, unfortunately, in the last matchup, we saw that, yeah, Shenfiora could technically beat Endure, but sometimes, we mentioned it multiple times, Mo mentioned it in chat before, sometimes Shenfiora tries to build a house. I think last time we saw this matchup, they tried to build a whole apartment complex. It bricks so hard sometimes, and this might happen again, although, what am I seeing here? Is this a Fiora in the opening hand?
And units?
Okay. We are starting to get somewhere. This Tiana may be a bit too costly, but so far no one drop from Iannogueira. We have Fiora in hand. This is looking way better than last time.
Alright, and we might even be able to kill this Kalista. Here we go though for this. I think we just keep block and put protection on our Fiora, and then after that try to threaten the Kalista with also Sharpside being available. No, we do want the value out of the Fiora and for her to be protected even in the next turn. So that means we go for Laurent Chevalier, we kill Kalista with that and get value out of it.
What is this army of river shapers that has assembled right now? I think the fish people are trying to take over the world here.
I think it's Tiana's fault. You know, she is called by some people scary lady or mean lady, and she somehow managed to conscript them into the Demacian army, and they now all serve her.
Oh no, Vastaya in the Demacian army. Nothing more scary than that. We see the attack here, and that looks like a juicy target for the Fiora. And also the Laurent Protege thinks himself, hey, I kind of want to kill this Kalista.
At the same time, you can just let this block, let this turn go away because your opponent is burning 4 mana. You might want to let them do that. At the same time, Fiora is your win condition, so you need to push for that. It is tricky, but Pes decides to go for the aggressive option. He decides he doesn't want to burn. Wow! What? What is that?
That is a very desperate move this time, but we've seen this before. This is not too surprising. Do you remember when the atrocity was used by Iannogueira to kill an MF? He is very adept at using his atrocity to kill 3-drop champions.
Yes, but the problem is this is not the same matchup. That is the main issue, so this means that giving the board to Pespscola and Fiora Shen is not really what you want to see, but this makes things even easier for Pesp knowing his hand. He has triple River Shaper, I guess one can die.
Yeah, you throw one away.
You've never been loved. You loved more the other two.
It was the least favorite of the... It's not twins, it's triplets?
Yeah, it's triplets.
No, triplets? Triplets, right?
The brothers. The River Brothers, I don't know.
The River Brothers. That's probably the best option here. Sorry guys, it's been a while.
This sounds like an old, I don't know, country music band from Texas.
The River
Brothers? River Brothers.
Yeah, maybe from Arizona or like from maybe not from Texas. Where are like a lot of songs? Florida.
The River. Alright, I now want to see an LOR based band that is going to get called the River Brothers.
They have to be in Bilgewater though. Ooh, we see the Battle Fury, also a card that so far Iannogueira has not been afraid of just throwing out there. Pushes a lot of damage here, and this is looking scary as soon as Endure hits the board, but the good thing is, Shenfiora can sometimes kill the Endure with a Concert Strike, and they at least have the Spirit's Refuge to heal themselves back up.
Yeah, not to mention that they do have also the Deny if there is another Atrocity, and that I think is a premium drop if you ever see one from Pespscola and from Fiora Shen. Dropping that on turn 9, every single unit is going to be able to block the Endure.
Ooh, this could be a bait. If you pull this, you at least force your opponent to play probably Glimpse Beyond. If it's worst case scenario for Iannogueira, he is gonna play. Yeah, it just has to be a Glimpse Beyond, right? Everything else wouldn't make sense. Like, if he plays an Unspeakable Horror, he might as well just not play it.
We're going to see. Maybe it was a bait for Pesps. It might have been a bait. Maybe we are going to see an Endure. At this point, an Endure being thrown on the board is going to count massively. But there is the Mean Lady, there is Tiana Crown Guard, and she's going to probably heal Pespscola in the turns to come, and Atrocity is gonna get denied. I think Pesps manages to stabilize in this situation.
Yeah, and he has the Bryce formation soon, which is gonna be insane against this board, just gonna be able to protect everything. At this point, you can't play it because you always have to keep 4 mana up for the Deny. You always want to keep mana up as well to just kill this Endure. So yeah, we probably just see Peps passing.
Yeah, the pass doesn't give away any single information. Doom is being played, your opponent has only one card. If that card is Atrocity, you have the Deny. You can just play one unit here, something of the sorts of Breaststeel Protector probably to match your opponent's board. Then, oh, we go for Big Dragons.
Okay, that leaves you without mana for Spirit's Refuge and Deny though.
What is this risky place you're trying to go for? I'm trying to understand that at least.
I think he can actually just buff the Diana with the sharp side. Tiana, she's gonna survive, right? Tiana,
yeah, she has to survive. Tiana has to survive. Nothing is going to happen. And if you do see an Atrocity, that is actually very well played by Pest because he just needs to do the bare minimum here to survive. His opponent needs to play an Atrocity if he has one, and if there is an Atrocity, Deny is going to come in, and Pest seems to have got this. Despite everything that happened so far, Pest seems to have stabilized. His opponent only has one card remaining in the hand. If that card is Atrocity, we see Iannogueira dancing a little bit, praying a little bit. Maybe he has the Atrocity. What's going to be?
Yeah, I think the sharp side was probably the better play. At this point, you don't have to be scared because Atrocity is the only burn they have outside of Doombeast, so you are pretty fine. And this was just a way better play from Peps here. Ooh, when it goes through, the Tiana survives. And this is looking really good for Peps now.
And Peps does not need to play anything at this point, because if he taps below the 9 mana, an Atrocity might be able to end the game. You just play very safely, I think, in this situation. You cannot afford playing for rash, taking rash decisions.
I like this. I like this. He has the single combat. He just drew the single combat. He can't actually play this. And he can actually bait Iannogueira, saying, I have the single combat. If you try it, I'm gonna win.
Is this alright? This might be over. This might just be over, but I think you need to be very considerate. Even in this situation, if you're Pest, you cannot tap below the 9 mana. You just go for another Endure. That is quite large.
Yeah, it is large, but it's still fine because it has to block here next turn. You actually still have the Bright Formation together with Spirit's Refuge to just survive. So,
yeah, and you force the Atrocity, your opponent tries to go for the Atrocity, then you single combat, opponent cries. Mission achieved. And you're killed.
So right now it's all in Pep's hand, and it does look like he is going to be the winner of this game, but You know, I'm seeing a particular unit on the board that just died that gives you a random spell, you know, or gives you a random card, you know, and that might become a problem because we've seen some ridiculous things out of those random cards.
Let's not jinx it, Ice-T, because I'm going to hate you forever if you jinx it.
Okay, wait, I jinxed too many matches already. I have to stop. So
we're going for Doom Beast into Doom Beast and into probably going for Unspeakable Horror, or we could at least get the read that there might be an Unspeakable Horror on Iannogueira's side, but he's lacking the last bits of damage.
There is a Doom Beast numero uno. I think we probably start, yeah, exactly. With the Relentless Pursuit, we just want to finish this game right here and right now.
Alright, let's see what Ian has in store. Does he have the potential to finish the game? If he plays another Doom Beast, the only possibility for himself is either Atrocity or Unspeakable Horror. And if either of them is getting fired after, there might be... Actually, if he plays another Doom Beast, he only can have Unspeakable Horror. And that's the end of it.
So yeah, it's basically just for Peps to lose the game, right? If he messes up, this game is over. If he doesn't, he wins this.
I do not see a way in which he can mess up,
I mean,
honestly speaking.
It's also Peps, right? And Peps is just not gonna mess up, basically. Like, that's not gonna happen. Let's be real.
Alright. So... you do need to block the 9 that is heading towards your face. You do need to block the 8 that is heading towards your face. And on top of everything, your opponent has healing. What do you do?
So there is like, if you click on the top right, there are like the 2 cogs, you know? You click on them, and then in the middle there is like a button that says surrender. And you probably go for that. And yeah, you can just sing a combat in this case. You don't even have to deny it. Yeah, and then we see the single combat.
If they have another Unspeakable Horror, you also have deny. You have single combats again in order to heal. This is very rough for Ian if he's going to have an answer. It seems like it is the GG's, and Pesps takes it all in this game.
He looks pretty comfortable doing it. Look at him. It's just, okay, this is just preparation. Tomorrow I have the seasonal. But congratulations, Peps. What a strong performance. He only lost a single series the entire time. Basically only lost 2 games the entire tournament.
Alright, let's see if we can fetch Pesps for a winner's interview, because these games have been interesting, and I think one thing is for sure for both players. They are glad they are not on the same server and facing tomorrow, because these have been some sweaty games.
Oh yeah, most definitely. This has been absolutely insane. A few really good players that we had here, and I think overall this tournament has been super fun. We have seen some crazy plays, we have seen some really fast matches, but I don't know, if we can get Peps, we might be able to get an interview, but we are gonna see if we can fetch him, and gonna be right back after a short break. So see you soon.
See ya. It is going to be one last welcome from all of us guys in this night, and what games we have witnessed. Pesps going 2-0 after 2-0, finally finding his nemesis in the final, which managed to reset the bracket, but nonetheless, in the final game, Pesps won. We have with us, of course, Pespscola. How do you feel, man?
I'm really happy. It's like this second solo win I had in a tournament. Just feels awesome to finally get one win in this season. I have been getting a lot of top cuts, and it just feels nice to finally get a win.
We have been waiting for this for so long, and it was a beautiful win as that. IceTea, do you have any questions for our freshly crowned champion of the first edition of the Lightning Horse?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've been saying that you had a lot of top cuts, and I think one of the decks that is very prolific and one of the decks that you have been playing quite a bunch of times is this Zoe Invoke deck, now with the Aphelios. Do you think that deck is maybe a bit underrated?
I think so, for sure. Like, people underestimate how important it is to finish off the game, especially when you're playing Targon. And in this Aphelios meta, the matchups just are a little bit too stalematey in the mirrors. Like, Aphelios is stunning, it's killing your units, and just having that finishing power is like really, really powerful. It's really good into more control-y decks. Against the Night decks is also fine because I play a 3-off, so I can like very easily do 2 Atros in one turn because of the temple. So yeah, just like I really like Atro in this meta. I think it's one of the best cards. Not in a vacuum, of course, just because like how I said, Aphelios is a really good card. Zoe, Targon is also good, but they have no way to interact with Atro, and that's why I really like Atro in the current meta, for sure.
All right. My question would be to you: did you expect for this to go so fast?
No, you were saying like I was going aggro. That happens sometimes with the decks I was playing. Those are tempo decks. They play a lot of for board. They can do it early. I didn't expect them to go that fast. It was actually kind of crazy. Every time I drew the Aphelios plus Temple, I just felt like, yeah, okay, what can my opponent do here? This is just too much to deal with. Like I was summoning so many Sky Shadows in one turn. It was just like the deck just performed super well. I'm like it's really my baby, my creation. The one I'm most proud of for sure.
I mean, and it has performed pretty well. And until the finals, you've been completely unbeaten. And now the finals was a bit harder. Do you take anything away from the finals against Iannogueira that you can take in for tomorrow?
I will watch out more for TF's counters. I think for this format, it was pretty hard to do Fizz TF counters. That's why I brought it. But yeah, I will definitely watch out for them and maybe not bring Fizz TF. I'm still not completely sure. But yeah.
And I am curious, why did you switch your ban in the last best of 3?
So my train of thought was, I felt like even though he was not banning TF Fizz, that he was trying to counter it. And looking at the matchups, I just felt like I could 2-WoW endure easily. That's how I felt. So I wanted to give TF Fizz a better shot at winning against Driveness. But then, I don't know, it just went really south really quick, especially with that Fiora Shen draw. So I decided just to stabilize a little bit the matchups and give a better shot for Shen Fiora and not that polarized driven as matchup. That was the main idea. Oh yeah, and Scouts was beating 2 of my other decks, and yeah, it didn't really work.
In the end, it did work and you performed beautifully. So congratulations again. And before we end up this, if you had anyone that helped you during the preparation, anyone that you've been screaming with, or anyone you want to give a shout out with,
Yeah, I want
go
to
ahead.
give a shout out to Kovira. For sure, he helped me prepare for this tournament. Gave me deck ideas, and yeah, I appreciate that. And of course, the Madman also always having my back as well. It's really cool having a team that is there to help you, for sure.
Awesome things, Pes. And we do hope that you are going to perform beautifully like you performed in this tournament tonight. Thank you for being with us and congratulations again. Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. See ya.
Yeah, good luck.
And with that, we conclude the first edition of the Lightning Horse, which is entitled Chasing the Beast. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible if I wouldn't have had IceTea alongside me. So thank you for being such an awesome co-caster, such an awesome guy in terms of production, and such an awesome person altogether. Thank you for being around.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's always fun casting with you. It's been a lot of fun. We've had crazy games and crazy moments this time. Also, everybody, thank you guys for watching. Thanks everybody for making this tournament, and thanks for the players for playing. This has been awesome, and yeah, shout out to all of you, and especially shout out to you, Castmin.
Yeah, should I pull a boulevard? Shout out to me and me first. Nah. I'll let him do that tomorrow when he's going to be on the analysis desk of the NA seasonal. But yeah, thank you the organizers for organizing the tournament, and first and foremost, you guys for being around, for watching us, for seeing the tournament through. It's always a pleasure to entertain you, to do things for the community. We do hope the spectator mode is gonna get fixed and then provide you with more content. Other than that, I've been Castmin. He has been SparklingIceTea, and see you next time.
See you next time. One thing though, and now I have to actually plug, if you are German speaking and you want to see the EU seasonal tomorrow, tune in on SparklingIceTea on Twitch, because I'm going to do the official German broadcast for the seasonal. And other than that, stay tuned for any news. Follow Castmin's Twitter or my Twitter. Anyways, we are out.
See ya.